Come in, dear. I've just the story for tonight.
Not every house creaks from age. Some houses shift. They learn, they watch. And if you're not careful, they'll remember more than you do. Shall we go inside? The house on Larkspur Lane wasn't haunted, not in the traditional sense. It didn't bleed from the walls, or echo with phantom footsteps, or fill with the scent of unseen flowers. It simply existed, quietly, at the edge of town. A squat Victorian with iron latticework and half-blind windows, faded blue paint, and a porch that dipped slightly to the left. Every town had one. A house no one could quite remember being sold, or renovated, or occupied for long. Until Heather and Luke moved in. They weren't naive, just practical. The rent was cheap. The landlord, an older man with teeth like chipped porcelain, said it had character. Heather, ever the optimist, said it had potential. Luke, ever the realist, said it had rot. But it had walls, and they were tired of moving. The first week passed in a blur of unpacking and paint swatches. They tore up mouldy carpet, discovered hardwood beneath. Heather found old dishes in the cupboards, delicate bone china, each one painted with a small black eye in the center. Creepy, Luke muttered, holding one up to the light. Vintage, Heather corrected, setting them aside. They agreed to keep a few. It started with the windows. In the mornings, the glass seemed too clear, too polished. They reflected light in odd directions, catching things that shouldn't be there. A cat that neither of them owned. A coat rack that didn't exist. Once, Luke swore he saw Heather standing behind him in the reflection, except she was upstairs, still asleep. "That's just your brain doing weird early morning things," she said, brushing it off. Maybe it was. The real trouble began on a Wednesday. Heather was working from home, laptop open, coffee going cold. She paused for a break and looked up, and for a second, she swore the living room window was showing someone else's reflection, not hers, not Luke's. A woman, pale, long dark hair, wearing a dress Heather didn't own. Then it was gone. When Luke got home, she mentioned it casually, trying to laugh. He didn't. "Same window?" he asked. She nodded. He told her about something strange from the night before, how he'd walked past the hallway mirror and seen himself blink out of sync. They checked the windows, the mirrors, the walls. Nothing unusual. Until the next morning. Luke had a meeting downtown. Heather stayed behind. As she passed the hallway, something tugged at her vision. She turned. The full-length mirror showed her standing perfectly still. But she was moving. Her reflection's mouth smiled. They stopped using mirrors after that. But the windows, those couldn't be avoided. That weekend, Heather covered several with old sheets, claiming it was for the heat. Luke didn't argue. They spoke less, ate in silence. Both noticed how the house had become colder despite the summer heat, how shadows clung to the corners, refusing to lift. One night, Heather woke to the sound of footsteps on the porch. She peeked through the curtain. No one there. Just the window. Just her reflection. Smiling again. She started recording herself, just in case. Each morning she checked the footage, and on Saturday she found it, a 10-second clip from just before dawn. The bedroom, still and quiet. She was asleep, but her reflection in the standing mirror was not. It watched her, then turned to look directly at the camera, and waved. They should have left then, packed up, run, slept in the car if they had to. But fear has a way of settling, becoming routine. They justified, rationalized. Maybe the mirror was old, maybe it was stress, maybe the house was just odd. Besides, they had nowhere else to go. That Sunday, Luke removed every mirror in the house, every reflective surface, or so he thought. Later that evening, Heather opened the drawer in the upstairs hallway and found a set of spoons, polished silver, each one catching just enough of her face to look wrong. She buried them in the backyard. The next morning, they were back in the drawer, clean, waiting. The windows changed next. Heather noticed one had a crack, not in the glass, but in the reflection, a thin, jagged line that flickered when she moved. She stood before it for 5 minutes, waving her arms, jumping, spinning. The reflection lagged like a bad video call. 2 seconds behind, then 1, then synced. Then it smiled. She hadn't. Luke began sleeping downstairs. He said it was the heat, but Heather knew he'd seen something. In the mirror behind the fridge, in the reflection of his phone. He wouldn't say what. At night, she heard the windows whisper. Not words, just breath. In, out, like the house was learning to breathe. On Monday, Heather opened the front door to get the mail. The porch light was on, though it hadn't worked in weeks. And standing in the yard was a figure, tall, still, skin pale as smoke. Not Luke, not anyone she knew. Just watching. She closed the door. Didn't speak of it. Didn't sleep. On Tuesday, she shattered the hallway mirror with a hammer. The glass hit the floor with a sound like a scream. The shards reflected her face 100 times. Only one smiled back. They tried to leave. They packed the car in silence, drove 2 blocks, and the road looped back to Larkspur Lane. They tried again. This time it brought them back after 5. The third time, the house was already open, lights on, windows fogged with breath. The front door stood ajar, waiting. The final recording Heather made was on her laptop. Just her voice. I don't know if this'll make it out, but if it does, don't come to Larkspur Lane. Don't look in the windows. Don't bring mirrors. Don't trust what smiles back. There's a pause. And then, if it watches you long enough, it learns how to open. Click. End of file. Houses forget nothing, especially those that never learn to blink. And if you ever feel eyes on you while you're home alone, it might not be you they're watching. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? Some shadows stretch where they shouldn't. Some corners stay dark no matter how much light you shine. And some things only need one invitation to stay forever. Shall I tell you what crept in while she slept? No one took Olivia seriously when she said something lived in the corner of her dorm room. To be fair, she barely believed it herself. She'd never been one for ghost stories. Science major, rational thinker, straight-A student. But in the second week of her first year at Renly University, she began waking up in the middle of the night, frozen, eyes open, heart pounding. At first, she chalked it up to stress. New environment, roommate drama, sleep paralysis was common, right? But the second time it happened, she saw something. A shape in the corner of the room near her desk. Not just a shadow, a figure. It crouched, long limbs, head low, hands on the floor. Watching. She couldn't scream, couldn't blink. Just lay there, breath caught behind clenched teeth as it stared. And then, just before she slipped back into sleep, it moved. Not toward her, not away. It simply adjusted like someone settling in. By morning, it was gone. She told no one. She barely remembered it herself, until it happened again 2 nights later. Same thing. 3:17 a.m., her clock blinked, frozen, eyes open, the figure still crouched. She could make out more this time. Not clothes, not a face, just texture. Its skin was dark, but not black. Almost dusty, like it had been pulled from under a bed and forgotten. The corner behind it seemed deeper than it should have been. Too deep. On Thursday, she mentioned it to Sasha, her roommate. Sleep paralysis demon, Sasha said, laughing. Classic. Mine used to look like my mum. Olivia tried to laugh too, but that night she didn't sleep at all. Not because she wasn't tired, but because she kept catching movement in her peripheral vision, always in the corner. The same spot, right beneath the ceiling vent. It never moved when she looked straight at it, but every time she turned away it seemed closer. At breakfast the next day, Sasha said something odd. You really snore when you're dreaming. I didn't sleep, Olivia replied. Sasha paused. Yeah, you did. She showed her phone, a short video time-stamped at 3:20 a.m. It showed Olivia asleep in her bed. The figure in the corner was visible, and it was standing. She deleted the video, packed a bag. Spent the weekend at her aunt's house across town, pretending she needed a break. She slept soundly for the first time in a week. No dreams, no paralysis, no figure. But on Sunday night, her aunt's hallway mirror reflected something crouched in the corner of the guest room. She left before sunrise. When she returned to campus, she asked around, quietly, casually, had anyone else ever seen something during sleep paralysis? Most said yes, a few said no. But one girl, Harper, third floor, went pale. She said, "In the corner, right? Low to the ground?" Olivia nodded. Harper swallowed hard. Did it speak yet? That night, Olivia placed her phone across the room, facing her bed. She hit record. She made it until 2:58 a.m. before drifting off. And at exactly 3:17, her eyes snapped open. Frozen. She couldn't move, couldn't blink. The figure was crouched again. But this time it turned its head. No face, just a smooth, shifting surface like fog trapped under skin. And then for the first time it spoke. Or maybe whispered. A single phrase. "You let me in." Then darkness. The video was worse. It showed her lying still, motionless, then suddenly sitting up, eyes wide, staring at the figure. She stayed like that for 7 minutes, then slowly lay back down. In the video, her mouth was moving. No sound, just a faint smile. She showed the video to Sasha. Her roommate refused to watch the whole thing. "Delete it," she said. "Burn it, sage the room, I don't know." But Olivia didn't, because part of her wasn't sure it mattered anymore. And another part, deep down, felt like she was finally being seen. The next week, she stayed up reading medical journals on sleep disorders. By Thursday, she hadn't slept in 3 days. And still, she saw movement in the corner. During lectures, in the library, reflected in the glass of a vending machine. And always at 3:17 a.m., her eyes opened, even when she never remembered closing them. Harper stopped coming to class. Her roommate said she'd transferred dorms suddenly, no explanation. Olivia went to her old room, knocked. No one answered. She turned to leave, but glanced back. In the window behind the curtain, a face. Not hers, not Harper's. Something featureless, watching. On Friday, she bought blackout curtains, covered every reflective surface, unplugged her alarm clock, switched off her phone. That night, she fell asleep by accident. Just for a minute, she thought. She woke on the floor, back pressed against the cold wood, face to face with the corner. Empty. And then, a hand reached out from behind her. She didn't go to class after that. Didn't return calls, emails. The RA came by, no answer. Campus security was called. They opened the door. The room was empty. Mostly. Just a note taped to the mirror. It waits for someone new now. The thing in the corner isn't always in your head. Sometimes it's in your room. And if you wake up at 3:17 a.m. tonight, don't open your eyes. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? Every town has a ghost story. A place the teenagers dare each other to visit. But some stories aren't just old whispers. They're waiting to finish what they started. Shall I take you to the water's edge? They said she only appeared when the water ran low. That in the heat of summer, when Hollow Creek dried to a trickle, you could hear her sobbing. That if you stood on the bridge at midnight and said her name 3 times, she would answer. Lena didn't believe any of that. Ghost stories were just something kids told each other to feel brave. Still, when James dared her to come out to the creek that Friday night, she didn't say no. Neither did Avery, Marcus, or Tonya. 5 of them, flashlights in hand, crunching over dry grass and cricket song. Hollow Creek used to be part of a nature reserve. Now it was just a forgotten slash of dirt and rocks behind the old mill. The bridge was still there, a single wooden plank structure sagging under its own age. It creaked under their weight. "You're sure this is where it happened?" Lena asked. James grinned. "According to the internet, yeah. Hollow Creek drowning 1964. Girl named Margaret Elwood. They say she was pushed." Tonya rolled her eyes. They say a lot of things online. They found her body wedged under that rock. He pointed to a jagged formation beneath the bridge. Face up, eyes open. Avery shuddered. You read too much Reddit, Marcus muttered. They stood in a loose circle, flashlights off now, moonlight catching the brittle reeds around them. James cleared his throat. Okay, midnight. Say her name 3 times. Let's do this. Lena hesitated. We're not really trying to summon her, right? It's just a story. I don't want to end up on some TikTok creepypasta list, Avery muttered. Tonya smirked. Too late for that, James began. Margaret Elwood. The others joined in, unsure. Margaret Elwood. A pause. Margaret. The wind cut in. Not a gust, not a breeze, just a sudden stillness. And then the creak of wood behind them. As if someone had just stepped onto the bridge. They turned. No one there, just moonlight and cracked planks. Okay, James said, that was weird. Lena looked at her phone. 12:01 a.m. Avery whispered, did you hear that? They listened, sobbing, very faint, from somewhere down the creek bed. Marcus shone his light. It's probably some raccoon or... The beam caught a figure, just for a moment, standing knee-deep in the shadows at the edge of the dried water line. Pale dress, long dark hair, facing away, then gone. They ran, didn't stop until they reached the lot by the mill, breathless, laughing, almost, the kind of laughter you do when you're scared and trying to deny it. Did you see her? James asked. No, Tonya said too quickly. Lena didn't speak. She kept glancing over her shoulder. Just before they piled into their cars, Avery said, wait, where's Marcus? They looked around. Empty trees, empty road, the woods silent. They called his phone. Straight to voicemail. They waited another 10 minutes, then drove back down the trail. Nothing. No footprints, no noise. Just the bridge. And the creek, now flowing again. They went to the police. Told them he wandered off, got lost. Left out the part about the ghost story. About the name, about the figure. No one would have believed them. Except Officer Grayson. She said, another one. They blinked. Grayson leaned in. You kids need to stop going down there. By Monday, flyers were up around campus. Missing, Marcus Hayes, last seen near Hollow Creek. Lena skipped class, couldn't sleep. She kept seeing that figure, not clearly, but always near water, puddles, gutters, the sink. Always turned away. On Wednesday, she woke to her dorm window wide open. Outside, in the grass below, something was written in the frost. One left, she showed James. He laughed nervously. Probably Tonya or Avery messing with us. But Tonya hadn't been to class all week. Neither had Avery. James stopped answering texts. Lena walked to the library, sat near other people, avoided reflective surfaces. She tried to remember what Marcus had said before the figure appeared. It's probably just something about a raccoon, about noise. Wait, had she ever actually seen him leave? Or had he been still? Watching? Had they just turned and he was gone? Thursday night, she stood by her bathroom mirror, said the name. Just once. Margaret. She waited. Nothing. She said it again. Still nothing. Then her phone buzzed. An unknown number. A voicemail. She listened, just sobbing, and one whispered phrase. Face up, eyes open. Friday, she returned to the creek. Alone. No flashlight. No phone. Just the wind and the low trickle of water. She stepped onto the bridge. It didn't creak. She whispered, what do you want? No reply. But in the creek bed below, something moved. A hand. Then a shoulder. Someone rising, slow and broken from beneath the surface. Not Margaret. Marcus. Mouth open, eyes empty. He looked at her, then pointed at the water. Lena didn't run. She stepped off the bridge and vanished. The next day, the flyers were gone. No Marcus, no Avery, no Tonya, no James, no Lena. The dorms had no record of them. The registrar didn't recognize their names. Only Officer Grayson remembered. She drove past Hollow Creek that evening. The bridge stood solid. Below it, the creek ran steady. And for a moment, she thought she saw 5 figures standing knee-deep in the water. Face up, eyes open, waiting. Every legend has a beginning. Some just haven't ended yet. And if you hear sobbing beneath the bridge, don't look. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? Ah, good evening, restless soul. You've returned. How wonderful. Tonight I bring you a little tale about curiosity. You see, sometimes it isn't the haunted house or the creaking floorboard that should frighten us. Sometimes it's the neighbor we never see, the one who's always watching. So settle in, dearest, and keep your door firmly shut, for this is the story of the man in apartment 6B. Nora didn't know her neighbors. That was part of the charm. The apartment building was older, thick walls, creaky stairs, the kind of place where people kept to themselves and no one asked for sugar or small talk. That suited Nora fine. After a year of working from home as a technical writer, she'd learned to appreciate silence, and 6B gave her plenty, except for the man across the hall. She'd never seen him. Apartment 6B, same number as hers, just across the landing. She saw packages delivered there, mostly small brown envelopes, all addressed to A. Jensen. They never sat for long. By the time Nora checked the mail or brought in groceries, the packages would be gone. No footsteps, no door creaks, just gone. She thought she might have seen his silhouette once, a flash of movement behind the peephole when she paused in front of his door with a parcel that had been misdelivered. She knocked, waited, nothing. She ended up leaving it outside. It was gone the next day. She started calling him the ghost, not out loud, of course, but in her head, the ghost in 6B. It started bothering her. The silence, the strangeness, the way the air outside his door always felt colder. Once, she noticed that the doorknob was warm, even though the hallway was freezing. Another time, she heard a faint electrical hum when she passed by, like something mechanical behind the walls. One night, she lay in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering what he did in there. Maybe he was just a reclusive gamer, or someone working night shifts, maybe nothing sinister at all. But curiosity is a slow itch, and hers had been crawling for weeks. So she decided to watch. The peephole was small, but the hallway light made it easy to catch movement. She pulled a chair quietly across the wooden floor and placed it behind her door, her eye level with the tiny lens. She sat there for over an hour, nursing a cup of tea that went cold in her hands. Nothing. Then, just as she was about to give up, she saw something. His door, 6B, opened just a crack. No light spilled out, just darkness. And from within that darkness, something was watching. She blinked and leaned closer. There was someone standing there, still as a shadow, just inside the doorframe, not stepping out, not making a sound, just watching her peephole, watching her. She gasped and stumbled backward, knocking the chair over. By the time she worked up the nerve to look again, the door was shut. After that night, she tried to ignore it. Tried to tell herself it had been a trick of the light, or maybe a mirror. But deep down, she knew better. She started avoiding her front door altogether. She kept the blinds drawn tight, and when the mail came, she waited until late to retrieve it. Still, the tension grew. Then the noise started. A low, static buzz, like an old television left on in the background. Sometimes she'd hear a faint voice, garbled, as if coming from a speaker too far away. Always at odd hours, 2 a.m., 3:17, never consistent. She pressed her ear to the wall one night and heard what sounded like breathing. Heavy, ragged breathing, coming from 6B. One day, she saw the building manager in the hallway and finally asked, "Hey, the guy in 6B, Jensen, right? You ever see him?" The manager looked at her, puzzled. 6B, that unit's empty. Nora blinked. "No, it's not. I've seen packages delivered." "Old mail. That guy moved out 6 months ago. Haven't found a new tenant. Place needs electrical work or something. Keeps shorting out." She didn't reply, just nodded and went back inside, locking her door with shaking hands. That night she couldn't sleep. The static came back. louder this time, like it was right outside her door. She tiptoed toward it, every floorboard groaning louder than she remembered. Her heart pounded as she reached the peephole. She peered through and nearly screamed. The hallway was lit blood red by the exit sign, and directly across from her, the door to 6B was wide open. Not ajar, open. Inside, she saw dozens of screens, a wall of them, glowing, flickering with footage, all black and white, all familiar. Her living room, her bedroom, her bathroom. Different angles, different times. Some of the footage was live, some looked old, grainy, like it had been archived for months. She saw herself brushing her teeth, sleeping, singing to the radio in her kitchen. She staggered back, heart hammering. Then she did something reckless. She opened her door. The hallway was dead silent. The air felt thick, as if the building itself was holding its breath. She stepped across the landing slowly, barefoot on cold tile. The door to 6B stood open like a mouth. Inside, the apartment buzzed with static. The only light came from the monitors. No furniture, no decor, just a tangle of wires and a wall lined with old CRT screens. Some were stacked on towers of milk crates. Others were bolted into the drywall. She stepped in. The footage flickered as she entered. One of the monitors changed, showing her live, standing in the middle of the room. Another screen cut to a close-up of her face, then pulled back to show her entering 6B. Then another. And another. They were all shifting. More angles of her. More footage. Some from moments ago. Some from before she had moved in. She turned around, intending to leave, only to find the door had closed behind her. A whisper cut through the static. Not from the screens. From the walls. "You're home now." She froze. The air grew warmer. The hum deepened into a low thrum that shook the floor. One of the monitors cracked. Another sparked. She stumbled backward and tripped over a cable, landing hard. A low voice echoed again, closer this time. "You watch, so I watch too." Something moved in the corner of the room. Not on the screens. In the dark. A figure, hunched, angular, like a marionette made of shadows. Its head twitched once, and the monitors flared in unison. Nora screamed. The lights went out. She woke up in her apartment, on the floor, drenched in sweat. Sunlight poured in through the blinds. The static was gone. The hallway outside her door looked normal. No signs of damage, no cables, no open door across the hall. She rushed out and banged on 6B. No answer. She tried the handle, it was locked. When the manager arrived later that day, he let her in. Empty, dusty. No furniture, no electronics, just cobwebs and a faint smell of mildew. "No one's been in here," he said, frowning. "Told you it's vacant." But Nora knew. Because when she got back to her own apartment, something was off. Her living room window, normally shut, was open just a crack. And on her coffee table sat a single old CRT monitor, wired into nothing, glowing softly, and showing a live feed of her, standing there, watching herself. "You see now, don't you? Some doors should never be opened, and some eyes were never meant to be seen." Poor Nora. She wanted answers, and she got them. Far too many, in fact. So if you hear static in the middle of the night, or catch yourself on a screen you never turned on, do be careful. There's always someone watching. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Oh, I do love the bush after dark. The rustling leaves, the unblinking stars, the way shadows stretch just a little too far. But some places, my dear, should never be walked at dusk. Deep in Australia's wild places, they say something ancient stirs in the waters, something that does not take kindly to strangers. Tonight I bring you a cautionary tale, a tale of pride, of warnings ignored, and of something that waits in the wetlands, so listen closely. This is the story of the Bunyip's warning. It was supposed to be a detox weekend. Matt had been glued to screens for months, grinding deadlines, gaming marathons, news doom scrolling. So when his cousin Dave suggested a bushwalk in rural Victoria, Matt said yes before he had time to regret it. Dave was one of those outdoorsy types. Bearded, tanned, always barefoot unless he was hiking. He swore by secret trails and unplugging from the noise. They drove 3 hours into the scrubland, deep into the kind of terrain where GPS signals went to die. "You hear that?" Dave asked as they unloaded gear from the ute. Matt paused, silence. Exactly. No hum of power lines, no engines, just wind through dry gums and the distant burble of water. They were alone. They set off just after midday, cutting across flat grasslands and weaving through towering trees. Dave said the track was part of a forgotten stockman's trail, barely marked anymore. It felt that way. Roots snarled underfoot, branches clawed at sleeves, and the path thinned to barely a goat's track as they neared the water. That's when Matt saw the first circle. A ring of stones, maybe 2 meters wide, laid perfectly flat in a clearing. No scorch marks, no footprints, just pale, moss-covered stones pressed into the earth like a forgotten boundary. "What's that?" Matt asked. Dave glanced at it, shrugged. "Aboriginal marker, maybe? Could be ceremonial, just step around it." But Matt didn't move. There was something wrong about it. A sensation he couldn't place, like walking into a room where someone had just been arguing. The stillness was too sharp, too tense. He stepped around it, but he looked back twice. They camped near a shallow billabong. The water was still, mirror-like, eerily clean. As night fell, the sounds changed. Frogs, crickets, something heavy splashing far off. Matt sat by the fire, legs stretched, staring into the bush. "Ever hear about the bunyip?" he asked. Dave grinned. "Of course, it's an old yarn. Swamp creature, like Bigfoot meets Nessie. Locals used to believe it lived in billabongs, right? Still do in some places." Matt shivered, though the fire was warm. "What does it look like?" "No one agrees," Dave said. "Some say it's like a seal. Others reckon it's got feathers, or horns, or human eyes. That's the scary bit. You never see the bunyip, you just know it saw you." He threw another branch on the fire. Sparks hissed. "They say if you hear it whisper your name," Dave said, lowering his voice, "you're already marked." Matt laughed it off, sort of. That night, something woke him. A drip. Then another. He unzipped the tent. The fire had burned low. Dave's tent was zipped tight. The forest was still, unnaturally so. The frogs had stopped. Even the crickets were silent. He turned toward the billabong. Something was standing in the water. Not in the water, on the surface, just a few meters from the shore, perfectly still. The outline wasn't clear, but it was tall, thin, its head cocked to the side as though watching him. Matt froze. He blinked. It was gone. Ripples spread across the water. He told himself it was a dream. In the morning, he didn't mention it. They packed up and started hiking again, but the forest felt tighter, the air heavier. They passed another stone circle. This one had a small, jagged stick in the center. Matt stepped around it. Dave didn't even seem to notice. Around midday, they reached an old cattle yard, half collapsed, rusted through. That's where they met her. An old woman, aboriginal, with sharp eyes and weathered skin, sitting on a log like she'd been waiting. "You saw it," she said to Matt before he could speak. Dave looked confused. "I what?" "Last night," she said, never breaking eye contact. "The water walker." Matt felt the blood drain from his face. "I thought I dreamed it." She shook her head. "It knows you now." Dave chuckled nervously. "Hey, we don't mean any disrespect, we're just—" "You left tracks where no man should tread," she interrupted. "There are circles you don't cross, stones that whisper. The bunyip guards them." Matt felt a rising panic. "What do I do?" "Leave," she said simply, "and don't look back." They left. Not leisurely. They ran. The trees blurred past. The trail seemed unfamiliar, twisting, looping. Matt kept seeing things in his peripheral vision. A glint of wet fur, a flick of movement behind trees. Then came the sounds. Low guttural croaks, not frog-like, too deep. Then whispers. Soft at first, then louder, like wind through reeds. "Matthew!" He stopped cold. Dave grabbed his arm. "Don't listen!" he hissed. "Keep moving!" The forest groaned. Branches snapped somewhere behind them. They didn't speak again until they burst out onto the gravel road where they'd parked. The ute stood waiting, sun glinting off its bonnet. Matt slammed the door behind him and stared into the mirror. Nothing followed, but the silence stretched. Weeks passed. Back in the city, Matt tried to forget, but he kept waking at 3:17 a.m. every night, heart pounding, ears straining. One night, He checked his window and saw footprints, wet ones, on the floorboards beneath the sill. He started hearing whispers in the pipes, found small circles of moss forming in the corners of his bathroom tiles. Then came the letter. No return address. Inside, a single stone. Smooth, damp, covered in tiny grooves that looked almost like scratches. Almost like a name. Almost like his name. He flushed it, tried to forget. But the next night another arrived, and this one was warm. Ah, poor Matthew. He should have listened to the old woman, shouldn't he? You see, the bunyip isn't a beast you hunt. It's a warning, a watcher. And once it learns your name, you never really leave the billabong behind. So if you ever find yourself walking where stones form circles, take a step back. And whatever you do, don't look into the water after dark. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? Some places do not want to be found. Deep woods, dark hollows, winding trails that twist just a little too far from the beaten path. And when the wind goes still, they listen. Tonight's tale concerns a child lost in such a place. But not all who wander are merely lost. No, my dear. Some are chosen. Come closer now. We begin with a search and end with something far more unsettling. This is the story of the lost child of Black Hollow. They found her standing at the edge of the clearing. Shoeless, mud up to her knees, hair tangled with burrs and leaves, a small figure in the mist, holding something in her right hand, a stick, maybe, or a bone. No one spoke for several seconds. Then the search captain, a man named Ferris, stepped forward slowly. "Lily?" he called. The girl turned her head toward the voice. Her eyes didn't focus. 3 days earlier, Lily Doran had wandered into Black Hollow during a family picnic. One moment she was playing at the tree line with her older brother. The next, she was gone. No scream, no struggle, just vanished. The town of Weatherbrook rallied fast. Volunteers scoured the trails. Drones buzzed overhead. Dogs barked uselessly at dense thickets. But Black Hollow had its reputation. People said it had swallowed children before. The last one had been in 1989, before that, 1952. Folks said the land was cursed, that there were things older than the forest buried beneath it, old stones, old shapes. But it was always just talk, until Lily came back. She didn't speak at first, sat quietly in the ranger's station, wrapped in a silver blanket, eyes wide, didn't flinch at questions, didn't answer them either. Her parents sobbed with relief. Her brother clung to her side. Then she started humming, softly, a tune no one recognized, the same 6 notes over and over. After a few hours, the paramedics noticed the symbols, drawn faintly in mud across her forearms, not childish scribbles. These were deliberate, curved lines that looped in unnatural symmetry, like spirals inside spirals. They washed them off. They came back. That night, her brother woke screaming. He said Lily had been standing over his bed, watching. When the parents checked, she was asleep, or seemed to be. Her hands were muddy again. The humming continued through the night, soft and tuneless. By morning, their dog refused to enter her room. The family called a child psychologist. Dr. Ellen Markham had worked with traumatized children for 20 years. She agreed to see Lily at the home. When she entered the room, Lily was already waiting. Seated cross-legged, hands in her lap, eyes focused now, but distant, like she was looking through Ellen. The first 15 minutes were quiet. Then Lily spoke. "He's still in the trees," she said softly. Ellen froze. "Who is?" "The man with no voice. He wears the others like clothes." The room went cold. Ellen ended the session early. She told the parents it was stress, re-entry confusion, common in trauma. She did not mention the way Lily's voice had changed pitch mid-sentence. She did not mention the moment where the child leaned in and whispered a string of words that sounded exactly like Ellen's own childhood address. She did not mention that her car wouldn't start for 3 hours after leaving the house. Lily began drawing. Symbols again, and shapes. A crooked tree repeated again and again. Always the same angles, same heavy branches, always surrounded by small dark figures with no faces. Her father took them away. She scratched them into the floorboards with her fingernails. She began to whisper at night. Not in English, By the 7th day, the house smelled of moss and wet soil. The power flickered constantly. The dog was found dead in the yard with its eyes open and legs arranged like it had been posed. The mother wanted to take Lily to the city, get real help. But when she approached the car with Lily's suitcase, the tires burst one by one with sharp, echoing cracks. No one touched the car again. On the 10th night, Lily vanished from her bed. Police were called. A search was mounted. They found her the next morning, sitting in the backyard, staring at the forest. "I went to see him again," she said, smiling. "He's inside the tree now." "What tree?" her mother asked, shaking. Lily lifted her muddy finger and pointed to Black Hollow. "There," she said, "where the roots taste names." The family moved away. Quickly, the house was left abandoned. The town tried to forget, but others had seen the symbols. A volunteer from the original search party was found wandering the forest barefoot, muttering about the skinless choir. A boy from Lily's school began humming the same 6 notes and wouldn't stop until he passed out from exhaustion. And someone spray-painted a perfect version of Lily's spiral symbol on the church doors. No one ever confessed. And then, of course, there were the disappearances. A girl on a school trip, gone when the class counted heads after lunch. A ranger found with dirt in his lungs and moss growing from his palms. A hiker who texted a friend a single message before vanishing. "There's a child out here. I think she's calling my name." Ah, poor Lily. Or should I say, poor us. For the forest gave her back, but not empty-handed. You see, there are places the world has tried to forget. Places that hunger. And sometimes they send something back wearing a child's smile. So if you ever hear humming in the trees, don't follow it, don't answer. And whatever you do, don't speak your name aloud. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Oh, we do love a good bargain, don't we? A treasure tucked beneath someone else's dust. But some things are sold for a reason. Some are given away just to be rid of them. And the worst of all, my dear, are the ones that were never meant to be sold in the first place. So if you're ever tempted by a charming little thing at a garage sale, pause a moment. Ask yourself, what's really inside it? Tonight, I offer you the story of the doll from Lot 42. It was the porcelain eyes that did it. Hollow, glossy, just a touch too wide. One was slightly cracked, a hairline fracture that ran through the iris like a vein. Evan hated dolls, always had. But his girlfriend, Tasha, loved them, especially old ones. The weirder the better. She'd drag him through every dusty market, every cluttered op shop, every half-rotten estate sale within driving distance. That Sunday's garage sale in the outer suburbs was her idea of paradise. Lot 42. A folding table crammed with knickknacks, teacups, broken radios, and the doll. A little Victorian thing in a faded blue dress, bonnet slightly askew. It sat upright, too stiff, like it had chosen its own position. "No tag," Evan said. The woman running the stall, short, grey-haired, with a sagging face like a melting candle, looked up sharply. "That doll's not for sale," she said flatly. Tasha held it up. "But it's on the table." The woman's eyes narrowed. "It shouldn't be." Evan started to put it back, but Tasha had already pulled out a $5 note. "It's perfect," she grinned. The woman didn't take the money. She just turned her head away. "You were warned," she muttered. The doll came home with them. Tasha put it on the top shelf in their living room, among her other oddities. Evan hated how it faced the couch, like it was waiting for something. Its little painted mouth curved just slightly, not a smile, more like a smirk. That night, Evan couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about the stall woman's expression, about how she didn't blink when Tasha left with the doll. He dreamed of porcelain shattering, of tiny hands pulling something apart. When he woke up, the doll was in the hallway. Tasha swore she hadn't moved it. "Maybe it fell," she said, half asleep. "I probably bumped the shelf last night." But the shelf was high, and the doll was sitting perfectly upright on the hallway carpet, as though it had been placed. Evan put it back, turned it to face the wall. By evening, it was back to facing the couch. Over the next week, things changed. Lights flickered in certain rooms. The bathroom door would creak open, even when locked. Evan's phone started randomly playing old voicemails, messages from people he didn't remember knowing. Then came the scratching. Late at night, under the bed, in the walls. Light, delicate, like fingernails. Evan searched everywhere. Nothing, no mice, no signs. Tasha brushed it off. Old buildings creak. But Evan knew creaking. This wasn't creaking. It was waiting. One night he stayed up, just to watch it. Sat in the armchair, eyes fixed on the doll. 2:11 a.m. The air grew cold. The doll's head shifted, just slightly. Evan stopped breathing. Its body hadn't moved. But the eyes, the cracked one looked right at him. He threw it out the next morning. Didn't tell Tasha, just tossed it into the bin outside, beneath coffee grounds and eggshells, slapped the lid shut. When she came home and noticed, they argued. "It's just a doll," she shouted. "That thing's not right," Evan snapped. She stormed out. He sat alone in the living room, rubbing his eyes. Then his phone buzzed. Unknown number. He opened the voicemail. It was the sound of breathing. Soft, measured. Then a voice, crackly like it was filtered through an old cassette recorder. "I wasn't for sale." He ran outside. The bin was empty. He checked the whole street. Nothing. But when he came back inside, it was there. Back on the shelf. Same faint smirk. Same hairline crack. But something was new. A line of red, paint, he told himself, along the edge of its porcelain fingers. He didn't sleep that night. He barely blinked. And in the morning, the doll had moved again. Now it was sitting on his pillow. Evan left. Just packed a bag and drove to his brother's place across town. Left a note for Tasha. "I love you, but I can't stay in that house." She didn't reply for 2 days. Then came the message. "It's just porcelain, you're being silly." He almost believed her. Until she called, sobbing, whispering. "She won't let me leave, Evan. She knows I tried." Then the line cut out. He rushed back. The front door was ajar. Inside, silence. No sign of Tasha, no struggle, just one thing on the coffee table. The doll. Its bonnet gone. Cracked head fully visible now. Its painted mouth open, just a little wider than before. And next to it, a price tag. Handwritten. Faded ink. "Lot 42 taken." Oh, Evan, should have listened, shouldn't he? You see, not all things are bought with money. Some are claimed, some are chosen, and some simply follow you home until you belong to them. So if you ever stumble across something that was never for sale, don't touch it, don't take it, and never ever turn your back on it. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Hey there, brave souls. Welcome back to the channel where your darkest fears come to life. If you're new here, I'm the Lady Grim Murmurs, your guide through the shadows of the unknown. But before we dive into tonight's chilling tale, I have to ask you something. Are you haunting my dreams? Because every night, I see shadows creeping around my bed, whispering to me, and the only way to banish them is for you to hit that subscribe button. How could you do this to me? Leaving me to face these nightmares alone? Don't you want to join our little family of thrill seekers? I promise, it's a hauntingly good time. Now, if you're ready to face the darkness, grab a blanket and turn off the lights. Because tonight, we're diving into a story that will make you question what lurks in the shadows. Tell me, when your phone rings at night, do you answer? You should know in the spaces between rings something listens too. You see, technology doesn't silence the old voices. It only gives them new ways to reach us, and sometimes they ring with purpose. Tonight's tale is about a call you should never take, a voice that knows too much, and a warning far too precise. This, my dear, is the story of Unknown Caller. Cassie's phone buzzed at 2:44 a.m. The screen read blocked number. She stared at it for a second. Normally she'd ignore it. But something about this one felt different. She answered. Static. Then a low hum, almost like breathing. "Hello?" she whispered. A pause, then a voice. "Don't go to work tomorrow." Cassie froze. "Who is this?" Click. The line went dead. The next morning she went anyway. The office was buzzing about the accident. A water main had burst during the early shift. Ceiling collapsed. Half the accounts team was injured. One woman broke both legs. Another was hospitalized after getting pinned under metal scaffolding. Cassie stared at the wreckage photos in the company email. That voice had known. That night she couldn't sleep. She tried rationalizing it. Coincidence, a prank, someone messing with her. She blocked all unknown numbers, changed her voicemail settings. At 3:08 a.m. her phone rang again. Unknown caller. Blocked, still ringing. She let it go to voicemail. Then a notification. New message. She listened. This time the voice was even quieter. Don't take the train Friday, not the 8:17. She sat up in bed, heart pounding. Who are you? She asked the recording. There was a sound at the end of the message. A screech. Metal on metal. Like train brakes. She told her best friend Danny the next day. Danny laughed. Creepy, yeah, but come on, train accidents don't just happen out of nowhere. Friday came. Cassie drove to work instead. The 8:17 derailed leaving Central Station. 4 dead, 30 injured. She watched the footage in silence, hand over her mouth. The calls kept coming. Always late at night, always a different number. Sometimes just a string of zeros. And always a warning. Don't take the elevator. Leave the movie 10 minutes early. Don't eat the salad. Every time she listened, something happened. A blackout trapped 12 people in the lift for 6 hours. The cinema caught fire during the credits. The bagged salad mix was recalled due to listeria contamination. The voice knew things before they happened, and it was always trying to protect her. Eventually, she stopped blocking the calls. She started waiting for them. She didn't even flinch when the phone buzzed at 3:33 a.m. Unknown caller. She answered almost eagerly. Tonight, the voice was softer, familiar. Don't go to sleep tomorrow night. That was all. She stayed awake the entire following night. At 4:22 a.m., emergency crews responded to a carbon monoxide leak in her apartment building. The tenants on her floor were hospitalized. Cassie was fine. The caller had saved her again. Then the voice changed, still whispering, still calm. But this time it said, "Stop telling people about me." She swallowed hard. "Why?" she whispered. Silence. Then, "You're not the only one I'm calling." Cassie pulled away, stopped answering. But the calls didn't stop. They increased. Every night. The warnings got stranger. Don't look out the window. Don't step on the sidewalk crack. Don't speak to your reflection. She obeyed, out of fear, out of trust. Until the night the call didn't come. The silence was worse. She waited, staring at the phone until dawn. Nothing. The next night, nothing again. The third night at 2:17 a.m., her phone rang. But it wasn't blocked. It was Danny. Cassie picked up instantly. Danny! Breathing, but not Danny's. Then the voice returned. Different now. Smiling. "You didn't listen, so now I'm calling someone else." Click. Cassie tried calling back. The number was disconnected. She drove to Danny's apartment. The door was open. Police cars in the street. A body covered in a sheet. Neighbors talking in hushed voices. Cassie ran. That night she stood in her living room clutching the phone, staring at the screen. No calls came. Not at midnight. Not at 2 a.m. Not at 3:33. The phone stayed silent. Until 5:04 a.m. Unknown caller. She didn't answer. Just stared at the screen as the phone buzzed once. Twice. Then stopped. A voicemail appeared. She played it on speaker. It was her own voice. Crackling. Fragmented. Whispering. "Don't answer this call." Click. Such a helpful voice, until it wasn't. "You see, my dear, some warnings are not given to save us, but to prepare us. One call, one choice, one moment too late. So when the phone rings at night, be careful. The line works both ways, and sometimes you're the one being dialed in. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree?" Ah, mirrors. We stare into them searching for truth. But what if they stare back with something else? You see, games played in front of glass can become invitations, rituals hidden in reflection. And once the wrong eyes find yours, they might not give your face back. So tonight, come play along. A chant, a dare, and a reflection that lingers. This is the story of the mirror game. It started as a TikTok trend. Mirror game challenge. Say your name backwards 3 times while staring into a mirror at exactly 3:03 a.m. Then blink. If your reflection blinks out of sync, you win. No one knew what the prize was. just that it worked for some people. And if it didn't, well, you were still you. Probably. Nina didn't believe in that stuff. She followed weird tags out of boredom, not belief. But after scrolling through dozens of clips, teens gasping, lights flickering, reflections going still, she got curious. Especially after one video. A girl, same age, maybe 16, face pale, smile gone, staring blankly into the camera. Caption: "My reflection still hasn't blinked." It had over 1.2 million views, comments disabled. Nina saved it to her phone. That night, she set an alarm for 2:55 a.m. Her parents were asleep. She crept into the upstairs bathroom with a candle and her phone camera. The mirror was old, slightly warped, a hairline crack near the top left corner. She lit the candle, balanced her phone on the counter. At 3:03 a.m., she stared into the glass. Her breath fogged it slightly. She said her name backwards 3 times, carefully. "Anin, Anin, Anin." Then she blinked and waited. Her reflection stared back. 1 second, 2, 3. Then it blinked. But something was off. Her reflection's eyes didn't close at the same time. One blinked a beat late, like it was copying her. Nina leaned in. Her reflection leaned too. Then she tilted her head. The reflection mirrored her, but too slowly, too exact. She backed away, heart racing, then blew out the candle. The mirror flickered. Just once. She didn't sleep that night. The next morning, she checked her saved videos. The original mirror game clip. Gone. The username? Invalid. The thumbnail, now just black. She tapped it. The video played. But it was her. Staring into the mirror, same room, same candle. But in this version, she didn't blow it out. And her reflection smiled. That night, she avoided mirrors. Turned them around, covered the one in her bedroom with a blanket. But they kept uncovering themselves. When she passed the hallway mirror, her reflection lingered a second longer. When she brushed her teeth, the girl in the glass didn't raise her hand in sync. And when she turned off the bathroom light, she saw her reflection blink. After she'd already turned away. She tried recording herself again, this time in daylight. She smiled, waved, danced in front of the mirror. Watched the footage back. At first, everything looked fine. Then, at the 18-second mark, her reflection stopped moving. Nina kept dancing. Her double stood still, face blank. Then it looked directly at the camera and smiled. That night, she broke the mirror, shattered it with a wrench from the garage. Shards scattered across the floor like ice. She swept them up, dumped them outside. But the next morning, the mirror was whole again, uncracked, clean. And in it, a note taped to the glass. "One of us has to go." She stopped sleeping. Her reflection started changing. Paler, fingers thinner, eyes too wide. It moved when she wasn't moving. Sometimes it stood still when she passed by. One afternoon, she caught her own face in a spoon. The reflection blinked. She hadn't. She begged her parents to remove the mirrors. They humored her for a day. By the third, they were annoyed. "Just a phase," they said. But on the 4th night, her mother screamed. Nina ran to the bathroom and found her mum staring at the mirror. In it, Nina was standing behind her, but she wasn't in the room. That was the last night anyone saw Nina. Her room was untouched. No signs of struggle, except the mirror. It had shattered into a perfect ring on the floor. No frame, no backing, just a flawless oval of fragments reflecting nothing. Except if you looked close enough. A girl trapped mid-blink, smiling. Some reflections are just waiting for their turn. And some mirrors remember the ones who looked too long. So the next time you find yourself tempted by a midnight challenge, be sure you know which side you're on. Because once the glass ripples, it may be too late to blink. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? Ah, the reckless hunger of youth. Curiosity, after all, is the spark that lights most horrors, especially when one stirs the ashes of rituals long forgotten. A prank, they thought. A joke. But what happens when the old symbols stir once more? Come close, child, for tonight we speak of fire, blood, and things never meant to be read aloud. This is the story of the ritual of red ash. Theo should have been studying, but it was Friday. and the university archives had just been digitized, which meant one thing: deep dives into the weirdest corners of the online collection. He had a habit of searching keywords like forbidden or classified, half hoping to uncover something juicy, half just killing time. That's how he found it. A scan of a scorched journal entry, handwritten, dated 1892. Title: The Ritual of Red Ash. Do not speak this aloud. Naturally, Theo read it aloud. It started with a chant, phonetic gibberish, then a short set of instructions. Gather ash from a living flame. Spread it in a circle around the self. Speak the name of what you wish to find. Theo rolled his eyes. Edgy nonsense. He read the rest. A warning followed. If the ash clings, it is listening. If the circle bleeds, it is seen. If the voice responds, do not respond back. He laughed, took a screenshot, sent it to his group chat. Let's summon a demon instead of studying. That night, his friends came over. Lena, sarcastic and sharp, Malik, forever skeptical. They drank, joked, lit candles. I have some incense ash, Lena said. Close enough, right? They scraped it into a bowl. Let's find something dumb, Malik muttered, like lost socks or my will to live. Theo grinned. No, let's find truth. He dumped the ash into a ring around himself on the floor. It stuck to his fingers like oil. He didn't notice. He began the chant again, half laughing. Ena solventara. The air shifted. The candle flickered. The ash ring pulsed. Creepy, Lena said, checking her phone. Wasn't this supposed to be a joke? The ash suddenly cracked like dry wood. Theo froze. A drop of red formed on the floor. Blood. Malik backed up. What the hell? I didn't cut myself, Theo whispered. The candlelight twisted, stretching the shadows into unnatural shapes. The air smelled like burnt sugar and rust. Then came the voice, soft, from the circle. You called me. The three stared at each other. Tell me that was you, Malik whispered. Theo shook his head. Lena was already reaching for the lights. They flickered, died. You called me, the voice said again, more insistent. Then silence. They bolted from the room. Later, back in their dorms, they tried to rationalize it. Carbon monoxide, group hysteria. Maybe the ash had chemicals in it. But Theo couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw that red drop form again, perfect, viscous, alive. At 3:17 a.m., he woke up choking. Ash coated his bed sheets. More disturbing, it was warm. He checked his chest in the mirror. 3 marks across it. Not scratches, not bruises. Symbols, charred black. The same ones from the ritual page. He scrubbed until his skin bled. They stayed. Lena wouldn't answer his texts. Malik blocked him entirely. By Sunday, Theo was alone. The air in his dorm smelled like smoke. Every mirror he looked into, his eyes seemed different, blacker around the edges, less his. He returned to the library archives. The scan was gone. So was the journal. He asked the librarian about the entry. She looked confused. There's no such record in our system. He printed what he had saved, the screenshot. But the words were different now. The warning read, "It has found a voice. It will speak through what was opened, and it will not go back." Theo felt something move behind him. He spun around. No one there, but the lights above the reading table were flickering, one by one. He tried to burn the screenshot. It didn't burn. The flame danced around it like wind on glass. He soaked it in alcohol, set it alight again. The page blackened, then turned clean. Blank, like it had been reset. That night he heard whispers in the vents. His phone turned on by itself. Messages appeared in his notes app. You called me. I see you. Truth has a cost. He dropped the phone. It slid under the bed. When he bent to retrieve it, he saw it. Eyes. Watching him from beneath. Blinking in perfect time with his breath. He checked into a motel. Left the campus. Tried to sever all ties. It didn't help. He stopped sleeping, stopped eating. The red ash began appearing on his skin each morning, clinging to his fingernails, his lips, his teeth. He cut off contact with everyone. The voice followed. 2 weeks later, Lena received a package. No return address. Inside, a single sheet of paper, covered in ash, with Theo's handwriting scrawled across it. I said its name. Now it knows mine. Don't speak, don't read, don't answer. But when Lena picked up the page, the ash clung to her fingers. And underneath the soot, new words appeared, in her own handwriting. "Oh, Theo, he only wanted truth, and truth is always listening. You see, dear one, rituals don't care whether you believe. They only need a voice. And once the ash knows your name, it will never be silent again. So the next time you stumble across forgotten words in a dusty corner of the world, do not speak, do not mock, do not call. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree?" Abandoned hospitals, forgotten wings, a rusted door still ajar. Places like Mercy Hill tend to draw attention from the curious, thrill seekers with flashlights and cameras, hoping for proof of ghosts. But what they don't understand is that some patients never leave. Some rooms still check you in, long after the staff have gone. So come along, if you dare. For tonight's tale concerns a final file, a blinking light, and 4 who walked in as strangers to history and never quite left. This is the story of the asylum's final patient. It was supposed to be their big break. The Blacklight crew, Jay, Mia, Desi, and Rich, had been exploring derelict buildings and posting clips for almost a year. Grainy footage, graffiti walls, the occasional raccoon jump scare. Their latest asylum video had gone semi-viral, 1 million views, sponsorship interest. They were finally getting noticed. So when Desi found Mercy Hill, an unlisted psychiatric complex decommissioned in the late 1970s, it felt like fate. "There's almost nothing about it online," he'd said. "No maps, just rumors." Jay had grinned at the camera. Perfect. They parked at dusk. The asylum was a crumbling monolith behind chain-link fences and overgrown brush. 3 wings, 4 floors, and an underground sub-level. Windows blacked out, trees choking the path. As they climbed the rusted side gate, Mia hesitated. "Feels wrong." "That's the point," Jay said, already filming. "Welcome back, Blacklighters. Tonight we're entering a place that's been sealed since 1977. No record of its last patient, no exit date, Mercy Hill Asylum." Desi was already taking Polaroids, his thing, even in the digital age. Rich checked signal. "No bars, we're totally offline." Jay smiled wider. "Then let's make it count." Inside was colder than it should have been. Dust coated every surface. Wallpaper peeled like old skin. Graffiti covered the upper floors. Vulgar tags, bloody handprints, fake pentagrams. But beneath it all were the older scars. Medical records nailed to corkboards. Broken restraints still bolted to beds. And then the red line. A faded stripe of paint along the hallway wall, nearly waist-high, curving toward the south wing. Beneath it, stenciled in peeling letters, Level 3, Observation, High Containment. Mia frowned. "This wing wasn't in the blueprints." "It was sealed before the shutdown," Desi muttered, "like it never existed." They followed the red line anyway. The hallway sloped downward. Dust gave way to ash. The air turned sharp, like burnt hair and antiseptic. Jay's camera light flickered. They passed a series of sealed doors, thick metal, viewports welded shut. Then they reached room 319. The door was open. Inside, a padded room, pristine, 1 bed, 1 light, and 1 blinking red camera above the bed. Still powered. Rich's voice was a whisper. "There's no electricity in this place." "Then why is it watching us?" Mia asked. Jay stepped in. "Because someone wants us to see." On the bedside table was a journal. Black leather, no dust. Inside, a name. Patient 6B. And underneath it, "I'm not the last, you are." Jay laughed nervously. "Hell of a signature." Then he flipped the page. Blank. Next page, a shaky scrawl. "They feed on watchers." Another. "If you see the door open, it's already inside." Then came the sound. Chains dragging. But faint. Distant. From somewhere deeper. Jay backed out, white as chalk. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay, let's go." They turned. The hallway behind them was darker now. Much darker. At the far end, a door creaked open. Room 314. Empty moments ago. Now not. Desi took a photo. Flash. In the Polaroid, a figure. Tall, bent, draped in something wet and white. Mouth stitched shut. Holding a clipboard. They ran. Jay in the lead. Mia behind, clutching the journal. Deasy filming as he ran. The image jittered, hallways blurring, lights flaring white. They made it to the lobby, but the doors were sealed. Not jammed, locked. Chains had been bolted on the inside. "I checked these!" Rich screamed. "They were open!" Jay turned. "Where's Desi?" "Gone." They backtracked 10 steps. Desi was standing still, staring at something down the hall. "I can see it," he whispered. "It has Jay's face." Jay ran to grab him, too late. The lights blew out. When they came back, Desi was gone. And on the wall beside them, in fresh dripping red, "New patient admitted, 6C." They reached the East Wing, empty nurse stations, scattered patient files. One file lay open like it had been placed. Name, Richard Morgan. Status, observed, unstable, treatment denied. Jay and Mia turned. Rich was standing in front of a broken mirror, tracing lines on his face. Blood streamed from his nose. He looked at them, dazed. "It's trying to get out." Jay grabbed his arm. Mia tore the journal from his hands, and the red camera lights above them blinked. Only 2 made it outside. Jay and Mia burst through a side maintenance exit that had never appeared on the blueprints. It led into the overgrown courtyard. A single light buzzed overhead, not connected to any visible source. Jay dropped his camera. Still recording. In the footage, he stared into the lens and whispered, "The journal lied. You don't have to say anything. Just seeing is enough." Behind him, the door opened again. Footsteps. Jay turned, and the recording cut. They found Mia 2 days later, walking barefoot along a railway line outside town. Unharmed, unwilling to speak. She was admitted to a facility in the city. Her only possession, a folded Polaroid. It showed room 313. The bed was occupied by someone smiling, faceless. The Mercy Hill footage resurfaced a month later, posted anonymously. The final scene shows a monitor wall deep within the asylum. Each screen displays a room. In one, Desi sits cross-legged, smiling at nothing. In another, Rich writes in blood on the walls. In a third, a new patient chart. Jason Ward. Status, stable, observing others. And on the bottom screen, a live feed. Mia, still in her room, still silent, but now smiling directly into the camera. Behind her on the mirror, observed, recorded, admitted. "There you are. You've watched too, haven't you? And that's all it takes. You see, my dear, places like Mercy Hill don't need doors to let you in. They need your attention, your gaze, your curiosity. So the next time you stumble across something that was sealed for a reason, don't look. Or if you must, don't blink. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? They say everyone has a twin, you know, someone who looks just like you, but isn't you at all. Perhaps they live far away. Perhaps they died before you were born. Or perhaps, my dear, they've been waiting, watching, practicing. Tonight's tale is not about mistaken identity, but stolen identity. A smile that's just a little too wide, a reflection that blinks when you don't. This is the story of the doppelganger's smile. The first time Luke saw him, he thought it was a trick of the light. He was walking home from work, late evening, pale orange sky settling into twilight. He passed the old bus stop on the corner, glass cracked, poster peeling. A man stood just inside, head down. Luke glanced casually as he passed, then stopped mid-step. Same jacket, same backpack, same scar just visible beneath the chin. The man at the stop looked up. Luke's breath caught. Same face. But the man didn't blink, didn't smile. He just stared, and then grinned. Not a happy grin. A wide, empty thing that stretched too far. Luke turned and walked fast, heart pounding. When he glanced back, the stop was empty. He told himself it was stress. He hadn't been sleeping well. Work was demanding. His mother had been in and out of hospital. His landlord was threatening to raise the rent. He chalked it up to anxiety. Until the second sighting. He was on the train, 7:23 a.m., same carriage he always took. Halfway to the city, he saw a reflection in the window across from him. His own face, but not. The reflection wasn't sinking. When Luke tilted his head left, the image moved right. When he smiled, the reflection frowned. He turned sharply. No one was sitting there, but the reflection lingered just long enough to smile. He stopped looking in mirrors, shaved by touch, brushed his teeth while staring at the tiles, avoided shop windows, but glimpses still came. A face in the microwave door, a pale grin in the back of a darkened elevator. Once, walking past a bakery, he saw a perfect reflection of himself sitting at a table inside, drinking coffee, legs crossed. When he blinked, so did it. But when he stepped into the cafe, the chair was empty. His friends noticed first. "You okay, man?" Jamal asked over lunch. "You look off." "I'm fine." "You don't sound fine." Luke forced a smile. Jamal frowned. "Okay, that smile is creepy, don't do that." Luke's stomach turned. At night, he dreamed of his double. Sometimes the other Luke walked beside him on the street, mimicking his steps just slightly out of rhythm. Sometimes he sat beside his bed, head tilted, watching Luke sleep. One dream was worse than all the rest. He stood in a white room, mirrors on every wall. And in every reflection, the double. Except Luke had no reflection. Just the smiling thing in every frame. He visited a psychologist. Dr. Kalin, calm voice, tidy office. "You're describing symptoms of depersonalization," she said. "Mirror-based hallucinations aren't uncommon under stress." Luke nodded, pretended to agree. He didn't mention the phone video. Didn't tell her he'd recorded himself brushing his teeth and seen a second figure enter the room behind him. Didn't mention that, when he paused the footage, the reflection turned to look directly into the camera. The final straw was the photograph. He got a call from HR at work. "We received your badge scan from last night. You were seen on camera entering the lab at 2:43 a.m. "I was home," Luke said, "sleeping." Silence. "Well, someone who looked exactly like you was here." He checked the security logs himself. There he was, walking past the security desk, smiling. He stayed awake for 2 nights straight. No coffee, no TV, just candles and silence. He watched every doorway, every reflective surface. And then, just after 3 a.m., he heard it. A soft knock, coming from inside his bedroom mirror. He stood, frozen. The knock came again. Then a voice. "Let me out." Luke covered the mirror with a blanket. The voice kept speaking, soft, coaxing. "You're tired. I can take over. You'll feel better." He screamed. The voice laughed. And beneath it all, a whisper. "You already smiled. You already let me in." The next morning he tried smashing the mirror. The glass cracked, but behind the shards he saw a second layer, unbroken, and his reflection stepped forward, hand pressed to the glass. Grinning, Luke stumbled back. The glass healed. The reflection waved, then faded. That night, Luke vanished. His apartment was locked from the inside. No sign of struggle. No forced entry. Just one thing left behind. A mirror, perfectly clean. And a single photograph stuck to its edge. A photo of Luke, smiling. But in the background, reflected in the glass, 2 Lukes. One smiling, one watching. A week later, Jamal spotted someone on the train. Same clothes, same walk, same face. He called out, "Luke!" The man turned, smiled, but the eyes were all wrong. Too wide, too calm. And as the train pulled away, the lights flickered, and every reflection in the window turned to smile. There now. Such a familiar smile, wasn't it? But don't worry, dear. You haven't seen your double yet. And when you do, you'll think it's harmless. You'll think, what a strange coincidence. Until it starts waving back at the wrong time. Until it follows when you walk away. So be careful, sweet listener, if you ever catch your reflection smiling when you're not. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? Well, now we've reached the end, haven't we? 12 tales told, 12 doors opened. But there is one more, of course. A final whisper. A story about stories themselves, and the one who listens. The one who always listens. You see, tales don't simply vanish when the telling ends. No, sometimes they burrow. Sometimes they wait. So lean in, darling. Let me tell you a secret and a story. This is the storyteller's last tale. It started with a radio. Old-fashioned, walnut casing, brass dial, the kind you find in dusty antique stores and wonder if it still works. Gareth didn't buy it. It just appeared one day on the small table near his bed. He asked his roommate, Hal. Hal shrugged. Thought it was yours. They left it alone. For the first 3 nights, it was silent. Then it turned on. Just after 3 a.m., Gareth woke to a low hum, a crackle, then the voice. Old, dusty, female, warm. And so he wandered into the cellar, never to be seen again. A faint click, the radio went silent. Gareth sat up, heart pounding. He checked the cord, it wasn't plugged in. The next night it spoke again. She opened the 3rd drawer and inside was her own hand. Click, silence. Gareth laughed nervously. All right, good one. He unplugged the radio completely, tucked it under a blanket. But at 3:03 a.m., the blanket slid to the floor. And the radio whispered. He tried to hide the voice, but the voice knew where it had been left. He stopped sleeping. The stories continued. Every night a new one. Always short, always unsettling. And always somehow about him. And he deleted the messages, not knowing they had already been read. He thought the mirror showed him, but it showed who he used to be. And when he reached the final page, it was already written in his handwriting. He recorded them, played them for Hal. But in the recordings, there was nothing. Just static. Gareth brought the radio to a pawn shop. The man behind the counter refused to touch it. That's not for sale, he said, eyes narrowing. That's for listening. I want it gone. Then stop listening. Gareth left it on the sidewalk. But the next morning it was back. On his pillow. Dial tuned to 103.3 FM. No such station existed. He took it apart, removed the speaker, cut the wires, smashed the casing, put it in the bin. That night at 3:09 a.m., he awoke to the familiar click. The radio was whole, restored, and this time the voice said, "Shall I tell your favorite next?" He began to lose time. Found pages in his notebook he didn't remember writing. Found scraps of torn tape in his pocket. One evening, Hal found him sitting in the dark, facing the radio, nodding slowly. "What are you doing?" "Listening," Gareth whispered. "She's getting to the good part." Hal moved out. Gareth stayed. He looked thinner, paler. His smile didn't reach his eyes. One day, his former professor received a box in the mail. Inside, a stack of cassettes neatly labelled. Gareth, recordings 113. The professor played the first tape. Static. Then the voice. Lady Grim Murmurs. Her voice filled the room. "This one is about this man who wanted the stories to stop." The professor hit eject. The cassette was gone. Gareth stopped leaving his apartment. Neighbours complained about the radio always being on. Except it wasn't. Police were called once. They found the apartment empty. No sign of Gareth. But the radio was on the floor, still whispering. And when he stopped speaking, the story took over. The building super tried to remove the radio. He died that night in his sleep. His wife swore she heard voices through the vent, and so the man with the keys never locked the door again. The room was left sealed, but the tenants still reported faint voices coming through the walls. Always at 3 a.m., always the same woman. Then the tapes started appearing, left on stoops, in mailboxes, inside glove compartments, unlabeled. But when played, the voice was always the same, telling stories that sounded like the listener's own life. Private things, unspoken regrets, things never written down. One girl, 14 years old, received a tape. It told her the story of a missing brother no one knew she had. Another tape was found in a church confessional. It whispered a tale about a priest who buried his doubts beneath the altar. The tapes never repeated. No two were alike, but each one ended the same way, with the woman saying, "And that's how the story found you." Now some say the voice is a myth, an internet mystery, creepypasta, just urban legend, but others know better, because the tapes keep coming. And once you hear her, you start dreaming in chapters. You find old pages tucked inside your socks. Your phone begins recording at 3:03 a.m. without prompt. And sometimes, if you stay up just late enough, you hear the soft click of a radio you never owned, and a voice saying, "Shall I begin?" And there it is, the last of tonight's little bedtime tales. But the end is never really the end, is it? After all, now you have heard the voice. Now you carry the tale. So sleep carefully, dear listener. Don't turn away too fast. And whatever you do, don't switch off the radio. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Come in, dear, I've just the story for tonight. Some people never grow out of mischief, do they? Halloween is their playground, smashing decorations, scaring children, chasing shadows. But what happens when the trick plays back? When something you destroy refuses to stay broken? Tonight, we begin with such a tale, a smashed pumpkin, a grinning face that won't go away, and a man who's about to learn not everything carved is hollow. This is the story of the pumpkin that grew back. It was just a pumpkin. That's what Jamie told himself. He hadn't even kicked it that hard. It sat on old Mrs. Dandridge's porch every October 31st like clockwork. Big orange, carved with the same goofy triangle-eyed grin. No effort, no creativity. A lazy pumpkin from a lazy widow who never even handed out candy anymore. So when Jamie saw it again this year, same as always, he grinned and nudged it with his boot. Then nudged harder. It tumbled down the steps and burst open on the sidewalk. He laughed, wiped the orange pulp from his shoe and walked on. The next morning it was back. Same steps, same grin, no cracks. He blinked, crossed the street, walked right up to it. No mistaking it. Same pumpkin, same faint scratch in the skin below the left eye, same slightly crooked stem. The splatter stain on the sidewalk was still there too, flies buzzing. Jamie looked at the porch. No one watching. He reached out and knocked on Mrs. Dandridge's door. No answer. He waited. Nothing. He turned, walked away, didn't look back. The second night it happened again. This time he brought his steel-toed boots. No audience, no hesitation. One swift kick, smash. The pumpkin flew sideways and split clean in two against the wooden rail. He chuckled to himself, then spat on the porch for good measure. "Buy a better one next year, Grandma." He didn't see the curtain twitch upstairs. Halloween night. Jamie walked to the corner store for snacks. His girlfriend had cancelled their horror movie night, something about a migraine, and he wasn't about to let that ruin the tradition. It was crisp out, windy. The air smelled like wet leaves and plastic masks. He returned home, arms full of soda and junk food, stopped cold on the sidewalk. There it was, back on the porch, whole, uncut. But the stem now curved toward the street, almost like it was watching. Jamie dropped his bag. All right, screw this. This time, he brought a baseball bat and gloves. The porch creaked beneath his weight. He stepped up slowly, staring down the pumpkin like it owed him money. One swing, crunch. It didn't shatter. It cracked. A deep fracture down the side like splitting bone. A wet, thick scent hit his nose, not just pumpkin, something iron. He stepped back, gagging. From inside the house came a sound, a floorboard shifting. He bolted down the steps and didn't stop until he was inside his apartment with the door locked behind him. That night he couldn't sleep. At 2:13 a.m, someone knocked on his window. He lived on the second floor. The knock came again, deliberate, paused. Then 3 more times. He looked outside. No one. But on the ledge below his window sat a pumpkin. No candle inside, but its eyes were carved now. Tiny triangle slits. And it was smiling wider. In the morning he found pulp on his fire escape. Trailing footprints, small wet, led from the ledge to his kitchen window. He checked every lock, every corner. Nothing. Then he noticed something scratched into the back of his bathroom mirror. Just that. One eye. A vertical slit. Like the pumpkins. He didn't remember drawing it. Jamie took the day off work, slept with the TV on, woke to find it tuned to static. He hadn't owned cable in 3 years. The pumpkin didn't show up again. Not that night, not the next. He started to relax. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe he'd hallucinated it. Stress, right? Seasonal weirdness. He almost laughed when Halloween ended, and his street emptied of decorations. November 3rd. He opened his fridge. Sitting on the middle shelf, a pumpkin, miniature, gutted. Inside, his keys. He hadn't even realized they were missing. The inside was sticky with something that looked like syrup and smelled like copper. He went to the police. They took a statement, didn't write anything down. One officer, Officer Rangel, pulled him aside afterward. "You touched it, didn't you?" Jamie blinked. "Touched what?" "The grin. You touched the face." "What are you talking about?" But Rangel just shook his head. "Some things you don't smash. You leave them smiling, that's the deal." That night, Jamie stayed awake. Baseball bat in one hand, knife in the other. Midnight passed. Nothing. 1 a.m. Wind outside. 2 a.m. The TV turned on by itself. A local news anchor stared directly into the camera. His mouth was moving, but no sound came out. Then the pumpkin icon appeared in the corner and grinned. At 2:17 a.m., his bedroom light turned red. He hadn't installed smart bulbs. He didn't own coloured lights. The walls began to hum, a low vibration in his teeth. Then came the scratching. Not at the door, from inside the closet. When he opened it, there was no pumpkin, just a mirror. And in the reflection over his shoulder, a version of him grinning, with triangle eyes. They found Jamie on November 5th, in his apartment, unharmed, physically, but silent, catatonic, clutching a small pumpkin in his lap. Police confirmed no fingerprints on it, but something had been carved into the flesh, a face, his own. Later that month, Officer Rangel filed for leave. He said he'd been hearing knocking on his windows. From the inside. On the first day of spring, a maintenance worker cleaning the storm drain outside Jamie's building found something lodged in the grating. A jack-o'-lantern, rotten, mouldy, but still grinning. And when he lifted it, it was warm. There now. You see, my dear, not all pumpkins are empty-headed. Some remember, some return. So this Halloween, if you see a grinning face watching from the porch, let it smile. Don't touch, don't kick. And whatever you do, don't come back the next night. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? There are certain rules scrawled into the bones of old houses. Don't cover up old markings. Don't tear down too much at once. And never paint over something that warns you not to. But people forget. People want clean slates. And when you ignore what a house remembers, it might repaint the story itself. Come now, and listen closely. This is the tale of Do Not Paint the Door Red. The crawl space wasn't in the listing. Amelia found it by accident, 2 days after moving in. She was painting the nursery, soft lavender, the kind her sister said was gender neutral without being gloomy. When she pried off a warped section of wall panelling, a square outline appeared behind it, like a tiny cellar door, chest high. There was writing carved into the wood, crude, uneven. Do not paint this door red. She took a photo and texted it to her sister with a laughing emoji. Looks like the last owner was superstitious. Her sister replied with a ghost emoji and nothing else. The door wasn't locked, but it was stuck. She left it alone and finished painting. 2 hours later, the lavender paint had turned grey. It wasn't just drying weird, it was different. She ran her finger along the wall. The texture was chalky, dry, like old plaster. The patch near the crawl space looked darker than the rest. That night she dreamed of dripping walls. The next morning she tried repainting the wall again. This time she bought a new brush and used a different brand. She watched it dry. Lavender, normal. Then she left for groceries. When she came back, the whole wall had gone grey again, except the door. The door was bright red. She didn't paint it red, she hadn't touched it. Her hands trembled as she reached for the wood, still warm. The carved warning had vanished. She pried the door open, It creaked like an old throat clearing itself. Inside, a narrow tunnel no wider than her shoulders, leading into darkness. There was something scratched into the baseboard inside. "Let me out!" She slammed the door and dragged the crib in front of it. That night, she heard knocking, software rhythmic, from the wall. She called her sister. "You think I'm nuts?" "No," her sister said after a pause. "I think the house was cheap for a reason." Over the next few days, things escalated. The crib moved an inch every night. The baby monitor picked up faint murmuring, even though no one was in the room. Once she entered the nursery and found the mobile spinning wildly, even though the window was shut. The door was still red, brighter now, glossy. She brought in a handyman. "Can you rip this thing out?" He stared at it for a long time, didn't move. Finally said, "You painted it red?" "No," she replied. He shook his head. "Then I can't help you." He walked out without charging her. That night she painted the door white. 3 coats. Waited. Watched. The next morning it was red again. The baby monitor whispered all night. On Halloween night, Amelia sat in the nursery with the lights off. She placed a tape recorder beside her and waited. Around 3 a.m, the door creaked. Not opened, not entirely. Just enough to exhale. The air turned hot, heavy with iron and mildew. She couldn't see anything inside, but something whispered her name. The next morning, the paint had peeled from the door entirely. The words were back. "Do not paint this door red," but now, beneath it. Too late. She moved the crib into her own bedroom, put up blackout curtains, but the baby wouldn't sleep. Every time she turned on the monitor, she heard tapping, like fingers, and faint lullabies in a language she didn't know. She tried blessing the house. Candles, salt, sage. The salt ring she left in front of the door was scattered the next morning. The candles were upside down, and the sage had been braided into a noose. One night, in a panic, she painted the entire wall red, buried the door under 4 coats. No outline, no handle, just blood-coloured calm. Everything went quiet for a week. No knocks, no whispers. She began to breathe again, until the walls started bleeding, just a little. From one corner of the room, a slow trickle, same shade of red. She covered the room in tarp and stopped going inside, started sleeping on the couch with the baby on her chest, woke up one morning to find the baby gone. She sprinted to the nursery. The room was empty. The crib was in the crawl space. The door, somehow uncovered, wide open. The baby sleeping inside, unharmed. The mobile above the crib spun lazily. It was dripping red paint. She moved out that day. Didn't sell the house, didn't return, just left. She didn't tell anyone where. 2 years later, a new listing appeared online. Charming 3-bedroom fixer-upper. Perfect for new families. The listing photos showed a fresh nursery painted pastel yellow. In one photo, barely visible in the corner of the frame, a small red door. Such a bold shade, don't you think? Red always finds its way back. You can scrub it, bury it, paint over it, but it remembers. So if you find an old warning carved into wood, take it seriously. Don't modernize it. Don't mock it. And above all, don't paint the door red. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? We live in a world of endless sound, don't we? Voices whispering through earbuds, playlists following us from room to room. But who chooses what plays next? Is it just an algorithm? Or something with ears of its own? Tonight's tale is about a woman, her music, and the moment the shuffle knew her better than she knew herself. Listen carefully now. This is the story of autoplay. Sophia always listened to music at night. It started as background noise, soft indie playlists, lo-fi beats, something to push the silence away while she worked from home. But lately, it felt more like a ritual. Laptop open, tea steeping, headphones on, and always the same station, Echo. Late. An ambient streaming station with no DJs, no ads, just endless music stitched together by an algorithm that claimed to learn your emotional state. It was usually perfect. Until it wasn't. The first strange song started on October 27th. A melody she didn't recognise. Dissonant piano, like someone playing with gloves on. The lyrics were muffled but distinct. You left the porch light on again, even though you said you wouldn't. She sat up straighter. Those were the exact words from her journal. She'd written them about her ex-boyfriend the week before. She paused the song. The progress bar disappeared. No artist listed, no track info, just the buffering symbol. Then it started again, right where she'd stopped it. She reached out to Echo Late's support inbox. No reply. She Googled the lyrics. Nothing. Not even a match for the melody. The next night, she heard a song about the box in her closet. You never open it, but you know what's inside. The photo, the key, the knife, the lie. She hadn't opened that box in years. Not since her mother died. Not since the funeral where she'd lied about something important. She paused the stream again, and the playback bar warped. The song distorted into low static. Then a whisper cut through the noise. We see you. She shut her laptop, turned on the TV, cranked the volume. Sophia didn't sleep well that night. The third night, Echo. Late wouldn't stop playing. She hadn't opened the app, hadn't touched her laptop. But at 2:17 a.m, the music came through her Bluetooth speaker, powered off. The lyrics this time weren't subtle. She told them it was peaceful, but the mouth was open, and the hands were clenched. She knew that line. It described her mother's body. Exactly. Only Sophia had been in the room. No one else had seen. She threw the speaker in the trash the next morning, deleted the app, blocked the website. But the music followed. When she played Spotify, songs would skip mid-verse and be replaced by static or faint humming. YouTube auto-played videos with names like Sleep Gently Now Sophia and The Truth Wants a Voice. Once her doorbell chimed and a delivery box sat waiting, no label, no brand. Inside, a cassette tape, a note, handwritten, for you, a mix of memories. She found an old Walkman in a drawer. Curiosity won. She played the tape. The first few minutes were familiar, old songs from her childhood, her mother's favourite lullaby, then a low voice humming, then, don't lie to her this time, then, tell her what happened in the kitchen. The tape stopped. Sophia sat in silence. She called her sister that night. I need to tell you something. About their mother, about the fall, about what she saw, what she didn't say. Her sister sobbed. I always knew, I just needed you to say it. That night, Echo Late went silent. No static, no music, just a blank page. Sophia finally slept peacefully. Until Halloween night. She got a notification at 3:03 a.m. New playlist added. For Sophia, 13 tracks. She hadn't reinstated the app, hadn't reconnected anything. The thumbnail was a distorted photo of her asleep, taken from above. She opened the playlist. Track 1, the porch light. Track 2, what you said to him. Track 3, under the box. Track 4, you thought we were done. Track 5, still listening. The remaining tracks were greyed out, locked. She clicked one. The room dimmed, her phone screen flickered. The speaker, still unplugged, whispered, Track 6 unlocks when you remember. She yanked the battery from the phone, ripped out the power cable from the wall. Everything dark. Silence. Until the floor speaker in the living room began to hum. A soft voice, distant and familiar. You're next on the playlist. The next day she packed everything, left town, changed numbers, bought a burner phone. For weeks, nothing happened. Then she stayed at a bed and breakfast, flipped on the bathroom radio by habit, static. Then, welcome back, Sophia. Now playing track 6. So many of us stream and shuffle and let the music choose for us. But what if the music knows you a little too well? What if it's not an algorithm but a mirror? Or a message? So go ahead, listen late, let it play. But if the lyrics start to sound personal, turn it off. If you can. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Wax figures, so lifelike, so still. But what if they weren't made to look like us? What if they were made to remember us? Tonight's tale is about a late-night thrill seeker, a shuttered wax museum, and a camera that captured too much. You may want to keep the lights on for this one, because once the statues start watching, you might not be alone in the room. This is the story of the Wax Museum After Hours. Darren Chase needed a viral video. His channel, Dare Chase, had been coasting on clickbait for months. Abandoned buildings, urban legends, flashlight-in-your-face theatrics. But views were down, sponsorships were drying up, Halloween was 2 days away. He needed something big. So when his friend Mark told him about the Lovelace Wax Museum, Darren didn't even hesitate. "It's been closed since the fire," Mark had said. "Place is still standing. Rumour is half the figures melted and nobody ever cleaned it up. Too weird, too expensive." "Perfect," Darren replied. He broke in through the delivery entrance around 11:30 p.m, GoPro strapped to his chest, phone camera rolling as backup. He whispered his usual intro. "All right, Dare Chasers, tonight we're going full creep." Behind me is Lovelace Wax Museum, shut down in 2006 after a mysterious fire. No electricity, no staff, and definitely not open for guests. Inside, the air was thick with rot and candle wax. The front lobby was still intact. Faded velvet ropes, cracked tile, broken gift shop shelves. It smelled like melted plastic and wet carpet. But the figures, they looked almost new. The first one he encountered was Abraham Lincoln, charred at the edges, one eye missing, but otherwise standing tall in the spotlight of his corroded diorama. "I gotta say," Darren whispered to the camera, "the realism here is uncanny." As he panned his flashlight across the room, he saw more. Marilyn Monroe smiling with a slightly melted lip. Elvis, his mic fused to his hand. A random 1950s housewife, cracked apron and all. Some had little scorch marks. Others were spotless, too spotless. He moved deeper into the museum. The hallway narrowed into the Hall of Villains. Dim red bulbs still burned above a sign reading, "Some monsters wear masks, some wear smiles." Darren panned over classic horror characters, Dracula, Frankenstein, Freddy Krueger. Then a figure he didn't recognize, a tall man in a wool coat. No face, just a smooth oval of wax. Plaque missing. "Creepy," Darren muttered. He turned to leave the hallway. Behind him, something thumped. He spun around. Nothing had moved. He replayed the footage on his GoPro. In the background, just before the thump, the faceless figure leaned forward by half an inch. He blamed it on warped floorboards. Moved on. Next stop was Icons of Fame. Rows of celebrities stood shoulder to shoulder. Beyoncé, DiCaprio, Princess Diana, Oprah. All smiling. Too much smiling. His flashlight caught something shiny between their feet. A nameplate, scratched out, carved into the metal beneath. Darren. He stepped back. The figure closest to him, a wax version of himself. GoPro harness and all, face blank, mouth slightly open, as if it had just started to speak. He turned to run. Behind him he heard the sound of shifting wax, like skin bending under heat. He bolted through a set of doors labelled Hall of Forgotten Faces. This wing was darker. dustier. The walls were lined with mismatched wax figures. No labels, no lights, no context. One held a bouquet of burnt flowers, another had no eyes. In the centre of the room, one figure sat in an old metal chair. A CRT television rested in its lap. It flickered to life, static, then video, of him, entering the building, whispering his intro. Then, future footage, of him running, screaming, hiding, begging to leave. Darren stumbled backward. The figure in the chair blinked. Only once. He ran, twisted through hallways that didn't match the museum map. Every turn led to more wax figures. Some were turned toward him now. One had his backpack. Another had the same tattoo he kept covered on his forearm. His breathing turned sharp, shallow. "Okay," he said, still filming. "It's just a prank. Someone's messing with me. This is a fake out." A voice whispered through the speakers above. "Recording complete." The lights went out. His phone light flickered and died. GoPro still on. It recorded the faint sound of footsteps circling him, then wax creaking, then silence. The video posted itself. The next morning, fully edited, fully titled, "The Last Tour of Lovelace Wax Museum. Found footage." Over 400,000 views in 24 hours. Comments disabled. The video shows Darren entering, walking the halls, reacting in real time. But at the end, something changes. A new figure appears behind him in the footage. At first it's blurry, then it sharpens. It's Darren. But the real Darren is behind the camera. The wax Darren turns, smiles, and waves at the lens. The final frame is a freeze frame on the real Darren's face, his expression blank, waxen, motionless. A week later, tourists found the museum's front door open. No Darren, no camera. But in the Hall of Forgotten Faces, there was a new addition. A wax figure holding a GoPro, grinning, wearing a Dare Chase hoodie, and in the crook of its arm, a nameplate. Engraved perfectly, Darren Chase. He dared. He stayed. Ah, such dedication to content. A true influencer, frozen in time. So remember, dear one, if you visit places meant to be forgotten, don't point your lens too closely. You might find your own smile staring back. And once the wax cools, there's no editing the ending. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? Ah, the things we do to be accepted. A name carved here, a dare whispered there, a promise scribbled where it shouldn't be. But what happens when the right isn't just a game? When the rules were written by someone who never left? Tonight's tale is about a teenage ritual revived too carelessly, and a girl who signed something she never read. Listen carefully now. This is the story of the pledge. Ava didn't believe in the ritual. Not really. It was just something people dared each other to do on Halloween. An old-school legend, the forgotten pledge, passed around in whispers and half-laughed conversations in gym class. The version Ava heard went like this. Go to the old maintenance shed behind the football field. Bring a drop of blood, a black pen, and something personal. Write your full name on the paper inside the lockbox. Sign it with your blood. Whisper the phrase, "Let me be chosen." And that was it. You'd supposedly get a visit before sunrise. If you survived, you were in. In what? No one ever said. Ava wasn't popular, but she wasn't invisible either. She was tired of being in between. So when her friend Lauren dared her to do the pledge on Halloween night during the big bonfire, Ava said yes, loudly, confidently. Sure, I'm not scared. Lauren grinned. Bring a Band-Aid. They snuck out during the second round of fireworks. Lauren, Ava, and two boys, Eli and Mason. The maintenance shed was hidden by old hedges. Half-collapsed, rusted door chained shut. But someone had been there recently. The chain was cut. Inside was dark, colder than it should have been. Ava flicked her flashlight over the shelves, old helmets, dusty gym mats, something that looked like a wasp's nest. Then she saw it. A wooden box on a stool, no dust. The box wasn't locked. Inside, a single yellowed sheet of paper, no lines, just faint symbols around the edges, geometric, old, and a handwritten header. The chosen shall come in threes. Below it, blank lines for names. One already filled in, Daniel C., dated 1993. Ava stared. "Do it," Lauren said, elbowing her. Ava pulled the cap from the pen, pricked her finger with a sewing needle she'd brought, and signed her full name. Ava Delaney Green. The blood smeared a little. She leaned in, whispered, "Let me be chosen." The paper fluttered. No wind. Ava's candle flickered. She thought she saw something in the corner, tall, watching. She turned. Nothing. "Done," she said. They left the shed laughing. At midnight, the power went out in Ava's house. She blamed it on the wind. Then the lights came back, only in her room. The overhead bulb burned red. She sat upright in bed, heart racing. Her phone screen lit up on its own. A message, unknown sender. 1 of 3. Pledged. The next morning, Lauren didn't come to school. Neither did Mason. Only Eli was there, his face pale. He wouldn't meet Ava's eyes. At lunch, he passed her a note. No words, just 3 symbols drawn in black ink. A ring, a door, a figure with no face underneath it. "Don't say yes again." That night, Ava had a dream. She was standing in the shed, alone. The box was open again, more names now. Daniel C., 1993, Alina V., 2001, James W., 2008, Ava Green, 2023. A new line below hers was filling in, letter by letter. Eli W. She woke up screaming. She texted Eli. No response. She walked to his house. His mother answered the door, eyes hollow. "He's gone," she whispered. "Gone?" Vanished. Left his shoes. His phone. The only thing missing was his yearbook photo. Ava ran home. The front door was unlocked. On her kitchen table, a black envelope. Inside, a single item. Her own school photo, the one from this year, with her eyes scribbled out. She returned to the shed. It was boarded up now, but the door creaked open when she touched it. Inside, the box waited. The list now had one more name, Eli Wallace, 2023, and another line below it, blank, waiting. She picked up the pen. It moved in her hand. She dropped it, ran. The trees whispered her name. Back home, her phone buzzed. Unknown number again. 2 of 3, 1 left. She locked every door, every window, pulled the blankets over her head, whispered apologies to no one. At 3:03 a.m., the fire alarm went off. Not in her house, outside. She looked out her window, smoke near the field. She ran. Half the school was there. Someone had set fire to the equipment shed. As it burned, Ava thought she saw faces in the flames. Eli, Lauren, someone else, older, fused together in the fire, watching, smiling. She was hospitalized for shock. Didn't speak for 2 weeks. When she came to, her parents found a note in her jacket. "Thank you for continuing the tradition. The chosen are never alone." Years later, the school built a new gym over the ashes. Ava never returned. But sometimes on Halloween night, students hear knocking behind the supply closet, and if they listen closely, a voice whispers, "Let me be chosen." Ah, tradition. What a dangerous thing. The desperate will sign anything, join anything, and some groups never stop recruiting. So if someone offers you a dare this Halloween, take care, especially if it comes with a pen. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Every neighbourhood has its ghost stories. A house where no one lives, a cul-de-sac that echoes wrong, and sometimes a playground. Yes, swings and slides and tunnels, places meant for laughter, can hold other things, older things. Tonight I bring you a tale about a swing that was never empty, about a dare that went too far, and about something waiting just beneath the wood chips. This is the story of Beneath the Devil's Swing. It had been chained off since 1978. The playground at Millridge Creek, yellow caution tape, steel fencing, grass growing where the sandbox used to be. The neighborhood kids called it Dead Park. Every Halloween, someone tried to break in. This year, it was Tommy's turn. He was 12, wiry, brave in the way that made parents nervous. His younger brother Owen followed him everywhere. "I'm going in," Tommy said. "You coming or not?" Owen hesitated, eyeing the warning sign. Danger. Closed by city, order, no trespassing. No exceptions. But Tommy had already slipped through a gap in the fence. So Owen followed. The swings were still there. Rusty chains, faded red seats. One hung lower than the other as if always occupied. The slide had collapsed in on itself. The merry-go-round creaked when the wind touched it. And the mulch beneath the swings was darker than the rest. Black, damp, and soft like soil that hadn't seen the sun. "I dare you to sit on it," Tommy grinned. Owen looked at the low-hanging swing. "I don't want to." "You chicken?" "It's not that." Tommy rolled his eyes and jumped on the higher swing instead. The chains groaned. He pushed off. The swing moved easily, creaking in a slow arc. Owen stepped closer to the low one. It was still. Too still. The ground beneath it was warm. He placed a hand on the rubber seat. It shivered, just barely, like something breathing. "I changed my mind," Owen said. Tommy didn't hear. He was already mid-air. "Come on!" he shouted. Then the wind shifted. Everything went still, and both swings moved, in perfect unison. Even though Owen hadn't touched his, the low swing lifted on its own, slowly, silently, then froze mid-air, tilted toward Owen. He backed up. Tommy whooped and swung higher. "Race you to the top," he yelled. The low swing jolted, then surged forward, straight at Owen. He dove aside. The swing missed him by inches, its chains snapping taut with a metallic twang. Then it hung there, still, waiting. Tommy laughed. "Dude, that was sick." Owen scrambled to his feet. "I want to go." Tommy arced toward the sky. Then something changed. The air shifted. The swing slowed. Tommy tried to kick harder, but it wouldn't go. It was dragging, something pulling. Then the chains began to twist. Not from momentum, from something else. Owen screamed. The swing coiled in mid-air. Tommy grunted, his feet kicking, his arms straining. But the chains tightened like rope around his chest. He lifted off the seat, suspended, then yanked downward, hard, into the mulch. Owen ran. The chains went still. The swing was empty. Tommy was gone. Only a shallow imprint in the dirt remained, 2 heel marks and a long groove where his body had been dragged. No one believed Owen. Not at first. Then the park was resealed. New signs, new tape. This time, with concrete barricades. Weeks passed. Owen barely spoke. His mother sat with him each night. His father yelled a lot. No one mentioned Tommy's name. Then one morning, Owen found a jack-o'-lantern on the porch. Small, dirty, uncarved. But when he lifted it, it was warm. Underneath was a note. One more turn. That night he dreamed of the swing. Tommy was on it, but he wasn't swinging. He was hanging, his eyes black, mouth open, whispering something Owen couldn't hear. Then the ground beneath him split open like a mouth, and Tommy vanished. Owen woke up screaming. Outside, the wind howled, the porch light flickered, the swing ropes thudded against the barricade. Halloween came. Owen didn't dress up. He stayed inside, avoided the windows. But near midnight, the doorbell rang. No one else on the street was out. He opened it slowly. Another pumpkin. This one carved. Its face wide and warped, smile stretched too far. Inside, a photo of Tommy, and a single word carved into the pumpkin's flesh. Down. That night, Owen returned to the park. He shouldn't have, but he did. The fence was gone, the tape was gone, the swings were still, and the mulch was soft. He walked to the low-hanging swing. The air smelled like iron and dirt. He sat. The seat was warm. The chains creaked. He whispered his brother's name. The swing moved, not forward, not back, down. Owen screamed as it yanked him toward the earth. The ground split. Darkness swallowed him. He landed in a tunnel. Dirt walls, roots like fingers, a rusted ladder beneath his feet. Tommy was there, but not quite. His eyes wide, face slack. Too late, he whispered. Then the ladder collapsed. Owen woke up in his bed, mouth full of dirt, hands scraped. The swing was gone from the park the next day, just 2 holes in the ground where the chains used to be. People say the new playground is safe, city-funded, brightly coloured, rubber mats. But kids still avoid the far corner, where nothing grows, where the mulch feels soft. And on some nights, you can still hear chains creaking, even when no one is there. Such a brave little boy. Such a dangerous little dare. You see, some swings are not for play, some are for pulling. And if you ever feel the seat warm beneath you, walk away, slowly. Because what's buried beneath may still be swinging. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? There's something sacred about fallen leaves, don't you think? A blanket of autumn that conceals everything beneath. Bones, secrets, and sometimes things that should never be uncovered. Tonight's tale concerns a return to childhood, a rake scraping where it shouldn't, and something sharp stirring beneath the mulch. Be careful where you step, dear one. This is the story of the teeth in the leaves. Laurel hadn't been home in 11 years. Not since her mother died. Not since the house was left to her father. The kind of man who didn't own a cell phone, didn't use email, and only spoke in monosyllables unless whiskey was involved. But now, with October nearing its end, and the leaves beginning to fall in thick, crunchy carpets, she found herself unlocking the old gate to 17 Calabash Lane. The house looked smaller than she remembered. The yard didn't. It was bigger, wilder, overgrown. The maples and sycamores that once lined the property were skeletal now, their branches gnarled and their roots upheaving the cracked concrete path like knuckles pressed through skin. And everywhere, leaves, piled unnaturally high in some places, almost sculpted, swirled into patterns that weren't accidental. The front steps had been swept, but everything else was buried. Her father wasn't at the window to greet her. He wasn't in the kitchen either. She found him in the backyard, rake in hand, standing perfectly still. He looked thinner, weathered, eyes sunken but oddly alert. "You made it," he said, not a smile, just an observation. "Yeah," she said. "Flight was early." He nodded toward the yard. "They're piling already." Laurel looked. The leaves were arranged in deliberate mounds, spirals, circles, even a perfect square. She frowned. "Did you do that?" "No," he said. Then, after a pause, "They do it themselves." He didn't explain, just went back to raking, but never touching the piles directly. Laurel brought her bags inside. The house smelled of old wood, tea, and something faintly metallic. On the dining table was a note in his handwriting. "Do not disturb the piles underneath. They're nesting." That night she couldn't sleep. Wind scratched at the windows. The trees moaned like dying animals. She sat at the kitchen table drinking lukewarm cider, staring out at the yard, at the piles. They hadn't moved, but they were wrong. too tall, too solid. She grabbed a flashlight and went outside. The first pile she approached was shaped like a crescent. She crouched beside it and touched the edge. Warm. She brushed away a few leaves, and something clicked beneath her fingers. Not a branch, not a stone, a tooth. She jumped back. It was human. She ran back inside and locked the door. Her father didn't stir. In the morning he was already outside again, raking around the edges, avoiding the centres. She confronted him. There are teeth in the leaves. He looked at her, hollow. I know. Laurel wanted to call someone. Police, Parks Department, anyone. But her phone had no signal. The landline didn't work. And when she checked her rental car, the tyres were slashed, leaves stuffed into the wheel wells. That night, she heard whispering from the piles. Low, rhythmic. Not in English. She recorded it on her phone. When she played it back, it was silence, except for one voice. Not hers, not his. She's returned. Her father sat by the fireplace, staring into the embers. She's watching me, he said. Who? The one in the roots, the one your mother fed. Laurel felt her mouth go dry. What are you talking about? She's always hungry this time of year. We rake, we pile, we cover what's left, but we never open them. He leaned closer. Never reach in, never disturb the spiral. They like order, they don't like change. Laurel didn't sleep again. At dawn, she stepped into the backyard. One of the piles had moved. It was now shaped like an open mouth. Inside, teeth glinted in the light. Too many, too clean. She turned to run, but the leaves at her feet shifted, grasped. She stumbled, fell into the open mouth of the pile. She expected dirt. Instead, she fell into space. Endless. Cold. She landed on something soft. It breathed. Around her, shapes moved beneath the surface. A massive root system, veins, lungs. A voice echoed, "You forgot the offering." She screamed, clawed upward. The leaves closed over her. She awoke on the couch, sunlight through the window, her father in the kitchen humming. "Morning," he said. She sat up, woozy. "What happened?" "You fell. The yard got you. It liked you, I think. Didn't bite." He handed her a mug. Cider. Real this time. That night the piles were gone, just bare dirt. But when Laurel stepped outside, the earth whispered beneath her shoes. The trees leaned in, and in the wind, she heard the voice again. "Feed me." She stayed another night, then another. Her father began to smile again. They raked together, never disturbing the centres, just shaping the piles, neat, symmetrical, at peace. Then Halloween came, and the wind changed. A new pile appeared overnight, taller than any before. Laurel approached it with a rake. In the centre, a familiar scarf. Pink, frayed, her mother's, wrapped around a polished tooth. She said nothing, just raked around the edges. A week later, children on the street began reporting missing pets. Then toys, then neighbours. But Laurel just raked. And when the wind whispered, she whispered back. Some nights she stands barefoot in the yard. The piles bow as she walks past. And she smiles, because she remembers the roots now. She remembers what her mother taught her, how the yard must be fed, and how easy it is to forget who's next. How thoughtful she was, raking around the edges. You see, dear one, nature doesn't just swallow, it sorts, and the leaves remember. So if you find yourself walking through a yard filled with silent piles, don't touch, don't rake, and for heaven's sake, don't listen too closely. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Ah, the early days of digital delight, pixelated avatars, tangled cords, and the thrill of screaming into the void with friends. But what happens when something screams back? You see, not everything connected to your computer wants to play, and some servers were never meant to be joined. So dust off your tower, Power up the CRT and plug in. This is the story of LAN Party, Local Area Nightmare. It was Halloween 2003, and the basement smelled like soda, socks, and excitement. Dylan had been planning this LAN party for weeks, printed map packs, arranged snacks, even borrowed folding tables from his dad's office. 5 computers, 4 friends, a whole night of death matches, caffeine, and dumb inside jokes. It was perfect, almost. "Where's Corey?" Dylan asked, glancing at the empty 5th seat. Ben shrugged, pulling on his headphones. "He said he'd be here. Or he chickened out," Mark muttered. "He never misses LAN night," said Joe. Dylan sighed. "Whatever, let's start." They booted into Bloodright, Resurrection, a modded horror FPS that barely ran on most school computers. It was niche, bloody, perfect. Their custom map, Catacombs 13, low-res bricks, flickering torch textures, ambient whispers. Each player loaded into the crypt, usernames hovering above blocky avatars. D. Wunlan, Witch J0, M4RK3D, the Benster. Then, a 5th name appeared. Player 6, locked. No one said anything. Dylan blinked. "Guys, who's player 6? "It's not me," said Joe. "Same," said Ben. Mark chuckled nervously. "Okay, ha, great prank." But player 6 just stood still. Their avatar was taller than the rest, cloaked, no weapon, and their head twitched slightly, like a glitch. They tried kicking the player, no response. They restarted the map, same result. Player 6 always loaded in first, always faced the same wall, always waiting. After an hour, they ignored it. Match after match, they fought around the silent figure. But soon, strange things happened. Joe's flashlight flickered in-game, then in real life. Ben's computer crashed, twice, and when it rebooted, his wallpaper had changed. A grainy image of an old hallway, unlabeled, not one he'd ever saved. Dylan checked the server log. Nothing unusual, except one line repeated, "Player 6 joined 0000000." He didn't remember setting that. During the 3rd match, Mark screamed, "I just saw it move!" Everyone turned. Player 6 was now behind Mark's avatar, still not attacking, just watching, and now facing the players. "All right, we're done," Dylan said, backing out of the server, but the window wouldn't close. ESC key did nothing. Mouse frozen. Joe yanked her Ethernet cable. The game continued. Without her. The power flickered. The CRT monitors buzzed. The basement lights dimmed. Not off, just wrong. As if time slowed. And then came the sound, not from the speakers, from the walls. Click, click, click. Like keys being typed on mechanical keyboards. Ben stood up. His nose was bleeding. Mark was staring into his monitor, face pale. "Guys," he whispered, "my game just loaded my house." Sure enough, on his screen was a new map, M4R3D_H_OUSE_121A, pixelated hallway. A replica of his living room. Player 6 stood in the center, facing the virtual couch, facing them. They unplugged everything. Power strips, cords. Dylan even kicked the router across the room. The screen still flickered. A final message appeared, centered on every monitor. "One must stay connected." Joe grabbed her bag. "I'm out." The others followed. Except Dylan. He lingered, looking at his screen, where player 6 now sat in his avatar's chair, and slowly turned its head toward him. The basement went dark. Police found the house empty the next morning. No signs of forced entry. 5 empty chairs. 4 sets of footprints leading out. Only 1 soda can left on the table. Still cold, the PCs were fried, except one. Dylan's, still running. The Bloodright server active. Only 1 player logged in, player 6. A week later, Joe's phone received a photo via Bluetooth. No sender, no connection. It was a screenshot. Her old Bloodright character, standing in the dark, captioned, WitchJ0_House 47. Mark's printer turned on by itself, printed a list of maps. Most were labelled with names. All of them had a 121 address next to them. One was marked LAN Room Forever. Ben never spoke about that night again, but sometimes his webcam light turns on in the dark. He unplugs it, it turns back on. And Dylan? No one's heard from him since. But if you dig deep enough into old Bloodright mod forums, there's a thread, buried, archived, titled LAN Party. Still playing? The only post is a chat log. From Player 6, it says, "We need a new fifth." Ah, the early internet. So many little portals left open. You see, some servers never shut down, some games are never patched. So if you ever see a player that doesn't respond, don't investigate, don't engage, and never, ever join late. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Not all monsters hide in closets or crawl beneath beds. Some wear shoes, some knock politely, and some collect. Oh yes, there are stories told in whispers, rhymes half remembered, but when they vanish from our songs, they do not vanish from the world. Tonight's tale is about such a one, a collector with a smile stitched too tight and hands always reaching. This is the story of the Ragman. It started with a rhyme. Laurel heard it on the playground while picking up her niece after school. A group of kids chanting as they skipped rope. "Ragman, Ragman, stitch my name. If I'm lost, I'm yours to claim. Ragman, Ragman, knock and see. If I'm home, don't take me." She blinked. She remembered that rhyme, but not from any book, not from school, from childhood nightmares. At home, she asked her sister, "Do you remember the Ragman rhyme?" Her sister went still. Number, that's not a real thing. But her eyes betrayed something else, a flicker of memory, fear. Laurel's niece, Sophie, was 7. She was the one skipping rope. Laurel asked, "Where did you learn that rhyme?" Sophie shrugged. "We just say it." "Who taught you?" Sophie's brow furrowed. "I don't know. He just comes to the fence sometimes." Laurel's stomach dropped. "What fence?" Sophie pointed toward the edge of the backyard, behind the shed, near the woods. Laurel didn't sleep that night. She dreamed of buttons sewn into skin, of burlap sacks hung like coats, of knocking, so much knocking. The next day she followed Sophie to school. At recess the kids gathered again, more of them now, all singing, "Ragman, Ragman, knock and creep, don't come in while we're asleep. Ragman, Ragman, take what's old, leave the good and keep the cold." Laurel watched a boy trip while skipping rope. When he stood up, his jacket was gone. Nobody saw him lose it. But he started crying. "I didn't take it off," he whispered. That night, Laurel stood at the back fence, past the shed. There, behind the trees, a clearing, and in it, something tall, motionless, made of rags, coats, scarves, pieces of cloth sewn into a human shape, button eyes, crooked smile stitched in black thread. She blinked. It was gone. She called the school, spoke to a teacher. "Oh," the woman said quietly. "They've started again?" "What do you mean?" "It happens every few years. Kids see him, talk about the Ragman. We try to ignore it." "Why?" The teacher's voice dropped to a whisper. "Because the more you say the name, the closer he comes." Laurel went home and checked the backyard. Sophie's coat was missing. Her boots were still wet with leaves. On the fence, a small scrap of pink fabric was nailed, folded into a perfect triangle, the same colour as Sophie's missing coat. She asked Sophie again, "Has anyone ever met the Ragman?" Sophie nodded solemnly. "Taylor did, last week." Laurel paused. "Where is Taylor now?" Sophie just stared at the floor. He got cold. Laurel found an old newspaper article online. A wave of missing children, all from the same neighborhood. All gone on Halloween night. One photo showed a scrap of fabric hung on a fence post, captioned, "Ragman leaves no threads behind." That night, Sophie didn't come down for dinner. Laurel found her upstairs, fast asleep in bed, but the closet door was open and a single boot was missing. On the windowsill, a faint handprint, too small, pressed in ash. Laurel stepped outside. The wind howled. The trees moaned. A voice, soft, deep, wrong, whispered, "Time to collect." She turned toward the woods. Something moved through the trees. A tall figure, arms dragging, trailing long strands of fabric behind him. He didn't walk. He floated. And as he passed each fence, a new piece of clothing appeared. Socks, scarves, jackets, nailed in place, like trophies. Laurel grabbed a flashlight, ran into the woods. Sophie was nowhere, but a path of fabric lay ahead, leading to a clearing, and in it, a ring of coats, like a nest. In the center, a single black hat, spun from hair. She heard crying. Software. She looked up. In the trees, dozens of coats, and inside them, something moved. Laurel screamed. The ragman stepped forward, arms outstretched. She felt her jacket pull tight, the buttons popped, threads unraveling. He wasn't collecting things, he was making himself. From others. She woke up in her yard. The sun was rising. Sophie sat on the steps, blank-faced, still in pajamas. "You're back," Sophie said. Laurel nodded slowly. The ragman was gone. But her coat was missing, her scarf, her socks, and stitched into the backyard fence, in faded thread, was her name. That Halloween, the children stopped chanting, the rhyme forgotten again. But some nights when the wind gets cold and clothes vanish from clotheslines, people whisper that he's building again, looking for warmth, looking for names. He's a tidy thing, the ragman, always stitching, always sorting, and once he has your thread, he'll never need to ask again. So if the children start singing, listen closely. If you hear the wind tug your coat, let it go. He's only collecting. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Before the age of apps and algorithms, we flipped through static. We waited for something to appear. A cartoon, a late-night movie. But what if the signal brought something else? What if the channel that wasn't supposed to exist was watching you instead? Tonight's tale is about a boy, a broadcast, and a station that signed off far too late. Turn the dial carefully, my dear. This is the story of Howling on Channel 19. Owen's grandparents didn't believe in cable. Every time he visited, the old analog TV in the den was the only screen in the house. No streaming, no Wi-Fi, just antennae that caught whatever still limped across the airwaves in 2005. It made Halloween that year dull. At 13, Owen was too old to trick-or-treat and too young to drive into town with the older kids. So he sat in the carpeted den, flipping through static. Channel 17, Snow. Channel 18, rerun of Matlock. Channel 19, black screen. Then, at 11:11 p.m, the screen blinked, and something appeared. A jack-o'-lantern filled the frame. Just a close-up. No music, just hiss. Its grin was off. Too many teeth. Uneven, wet-looking. Then the camera zoomed out. A figure stood behind it, wearing a pale mask, like paper stretched over bone. No eye holes. The figure tilted its head, then raised one finger. Shh. Owen stared, frozen. The screen cut to static. He told his grandmother. She tutted and said it was probably an old Halloween commercial. You get those rogue signals sometimes. But when he checked again, Channel 19 was gone. Just snow. The next night he stayed up. Same routine, 11:11 p.m. The jack-o'-lantern returned. This time there were 3, all different shapes, carved differently, flickering in sync. The masked figure returned, closer now. Its head twitched. then a title card. The Howling Hour, special Halloween broadcast, black background, white serif letters, crooked. The music started, carnival organ slowed to a crawl, and a voice spoke, but it didn't match the lips on screen. It was behind him, whispering. He spun around, no one there. The screen cut to a puppet stage, wooden, splintered. A child's voice sang a broken tune. Once I saw the masky man. He came and took my shoes. I tried to run, he pulled me in. Now I'm on the news. Owen turned off the TV. The screen stayed on. His reflection blinked. The following day, he asked his grandfather about Channel 19. The old man frowned. That's not a real channel. I saw it. His grandfather shook his head. 19 shut down years ago. Interference problem. They pulled the plug after what? Silence. Then, after the boy. Halloween night. Owen waited until his grandparents were asleep. Set the dial to 19. This time the broadcast started at 10 o'clock sharp. The title card returned. Then, a black and white video of a living room. Just like his. Same couch, same crooked lampshade, same crack in the wall. A boy sat in the frame, back turned to the screen. He wore the same hoodie Owen had on, same haircut. The boy turned, grinned, mouth full of pumpkin seeds. Owen screamed and unplugged the TV. The screen stayed on. He grabbed the power cord and yanked, still on. The masked figure returned, held a remote, pressed a button. The lights in the room dimmed. From the speakers, the voice whispered again. You're on now. The screen cut to live feed of Owen in the room, same angle, same lighting. But when he waved, the image didn't. The boy on screen smiled again, tilted his head, opened his mouth wide, and howled. The room filled with static, not just from the speakers, from the air. Owen felt it in his teeth, his nails, his bones. The howl kept going until he passed out. He woke in bed, TV off, cords unplugged, everything normal. He told his grandfather, who didn't react, just stared at him, then said, I remember the boy now. What boy? The one who watched too long. They left the next morning. Back home, Owen tried to forget. Until one day, while flipping through TV settings, he found something under Input. Channel 19, ready, no antenna connected. No signal needed, just there, waiting. That night his phone vibrated. No number, just a message. You're scheduled for tonight's broadcast. He covered the TV, unplugged it, taped paper over the screen. At 11:11 p.m, the screen turned on beneath the cloth. White light bled through the paper, then shadows. Neighbours reported seeing flickering lights through Owen's window for 3 nights, then nothing. When police entered, the room was empty, except for the TV, still glowing. On screen, a jack-o'-lantern with too many teeth, a boy behind it, wearing a mask made of paper. Later, someone posted a screen grab to an old horror forum. They claimed they caught a local Halloween channel that didn't exist. The image? A family seated in their living room, all with pumpkin heads. One held a remote. Caption: Coming up next, you. Be wary of static, my dear. For some signals don't come from towers. They come from elsewhere. And if you see a program that knows your room, change the channel. If you still can. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree?
Hey there, brave souls. Welcome back to the channel where your darkest fears come to life. If you're new here, I'm the Lady Grim Murmurs, your guide through the shadows of the unknown. But before we dive into tonight's chilling tale, I have to ask you something. Are you haunting my dreams? Because every night, I see shadows creeping around my bed, whispering to me, and the only way to banish them is for you to hit that subscribe button. How could you do this to me? Leaving me to face these nightmares alone? Don't you want to join our little family of thrill seekers? I promise, it's a hauntingly good time. Now, If you're ready to face the darkness, grab a blanket and turn off the lights. Because tonight, we're diving into a story that will make you question what lurks in the shadows.
Abandoned places. They linger like forgotten dreams, silent, rotting, but not always empty. And what better place to hide something ancient than where no one dares to shop? Tonight's tale concerns a boy, a fence, and a patch that grows only on Halloween. Step quietly, dear one. The soil is soft. This is the story of the patch behind the mall. Tyler heard about the pumpkin patch from a kid in his math class. One of those twitchy types who wore the same hoodie every day and smelled like vinegar. "Don't go near it," the kid said, "especially not on Halloween." Tyler had rolled his eyes. "It's just an empty lot." The kid shook his head. "It's not empty, not after dark." The place was a strip of land tucked behind the old hillside mall, fenced off with rusted chain link and tangled in vines. No stores had been open there since 2014. Tyler biked past it every day on his way to school and had never seen anything unusual. But that Halloween, around dusk, something was different. The vines were blooming, not flowers, pumpkins, dozens. No patch yesterday, a field today. He stopped and stared, orange orbs glowing faintly in the dying light. Perfectly round, too perfect, and tall shapes moved between the rows. Scarecrows. At least, he thought they were scarecrows. He texted his best friend, Liam. "Dude, come to the back of Hillside, Pumpkin City." Liam replied with a ghost emoji and a "be right there." 10 minutes later, they met at the fence. "Holy crap," Liam whispered. "That wasn't here yesterday." "I know. Let's go in." The chain link fence had a section peeled open near the base. They crawled through. The ground was soft, springy, like walking on wet carpet. Pumpkins stretched out in rows that seemed too straight, too clean, and they all faced the same direction, toward the center of the field. There was a scarecrow at the heart of the patch. It was massive, easily 10 feet tall, burlap body, wooden frame, a jack-o'-lantern for a head, its grin jagged and endless. Its arms were spread wide, as if in welcome. As they approached, Tyler's phone buzzed. No entry, no sender, just those words. He laughed nervously. "Probably my mum," he said, though the number was blank. Liam was already stepping closer. Then the scarecrow twitched, a subtle shift, like it was breathing. The pumpkin head tilted slightly. Tyler blinked. It was facing them now. "Nope," Liam said. "We're out." They turned to leave. The rows of pumpkins had closed in behind them. No fence in sight, just endless vines and soft, distant rustling. They ran. But the patch didn't end. Every turn led to another row, another glowing grin. The scarecrow's head now visible above the pumpkins, always watching. Its mouth was wider now, like it was stretching. Liam tripped. Tyler helped him up. His hand brushed a pumpkin. It was warm, wet, sticky. When he looked down, the vines had wrapped around Liam's ankle. They were tightening, digging. Liam screamed. The pumpkin beside him split open, filled with teeth, rows of them, grinding. Tyler hacked at the vines with a broken stem. They released. They ran until they found an old service corridor, a cracked concrete passage leading beneath the mall. Dark, cold, but real. They ducked inside. The corridor led to a rusted service door. Behind it, the forgotten boiler room of the mall. They slammed it shut and collapsed, panting. The room smelled like mold and iron. "Are we safe?" Liam asked. Tyler listened. No rustling, no vines, just silence. Then a light flickered on. Above them, a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall, ancient, grimy. It powered up by itself. A static-filled video began to play, footage of them entering the patch, walking, running, and finally stopping in front of the scarecrow. Except the footage showed 3 people, not 2. The third figure stood between them, cloaked in vines, face a rotted pumpkin. It turned toward the camera and smiled. Liam screamed. The vines had found them again, so creeping under the door, coiling up the pipes. Tyler grabbed a metal pipe and bashed at them. They hissed, retreated. Then the scarecrow's voice filled the room, low, wet, guttural. You entered the harvest. Now you feed it. The lights went out. In the dark, something moved. Tyler turned on his phone flashlight. Liam was gone. Just a smear of pulp and his shoe. Tyler bolted through a maintenance tunnel. He didn't stop until he hit the mall's exit. The sun was rising. The patch was gone. Only cracked concrete remained. No one believed him. The field behind the mall was just dirt. No vines, no pumpkins, no Liam. The police found no evidence. His parents thought he was in shock. The mall was demolished 3 weeks later. But the night before the demolition, a worker took a photo of the lot. One last shot. In the background, rows of pumpkins, only visible in the reflection of a store window. Years later, the land became a parking lot. But strange things happened there. Tires slashed by roots. Customers reporting grinning shadows. One night, a man in a security vest was found in his car, eyes wide, mouth stuffed with orange pulp. And Tyler? He moved across the country, never spoke of it again, until Halloween, when he received a letter in the mail, no return address, just a photo, a patch of pumpkins, a scarecrow, and a handwritten message. You left hungry. It remembers. Some places rot alone. Others bloom in darkness. And if you find yourself in a forgotten patch behind some long-shuttered shop, don't follow the vines, don't touch the fruit, because some harvest back. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Some doors stay closed for good reason, not because of dust or grief, but because what's sealed inside remembers. Tonight's tale concerns a house with one room left untouched, and the sibling who finally dared to open it. But be warned, dear listener, sometimes the past isn't behind us. It's upstairs, waiting. This is the story of my brother's room. It had been 6 years since Daniel died, 12 since he last lived in the house. His room remained untouched. Their parents never said why, just kept it sealed like a shrine. A guest room, they called it, even though no one was allowed inside. Not even when relatives visited. Not even when their mother cried outside the door after too much wine. When Jenna moved back in, post-divorce, post-job loss, post-collapse, she found the house unchanged, except quieter and colder, especially near Daniel's door. Room 2B. Her parents were away for the month, their annual trip to Tasmania. I know it'll be strange, her mother said on the phone. Just don't go in his room, all right? I wasn't planning to. Good. But that night, the hallway light outside Daniel's door began to flicker. At first, Jenna ignored it. She unpacked, made tea, watched terrible television. But the bulb buzzed louder each night, the air colder. Then came the smell, faint, like copper and wet wood, from under the door. On the 4th night, she heard footsteps. Not heavy, just soft, barefoot, across the hallway carpet, then scratching at Daniel's door from the inside. She opened it the next morning. She told herself she had to. It was time to face it, time to move on. But really, it was the dreams of Daniel standing at the edge of her bed, mouth open, whispering in a voice she couldn't hear. The door creaked open. Nothing had changed. Posters still on the wall. Old bands, long disbanded. Books still on the shelf, some with library stickers still attached. Bed made, curtains drawn, a coat hanging on the back of the chair. his coat, untouched. But it wasn't dusty. Everything was clean, too clean, like someone had been in there, like someone was still in there. She checked the closet. Nothing. Under the bed. Nothing. But when she looked at the dresser mirror, she saw something behind her. She turned. Nothing. That night, her phone buzzed at 3:12 a.m., unknown number. One image, a photo of her sleeping, from across the room. She bolted upright. The hallway was silent. Daniel's door ajar. She closed it, locked it, wedged a chair beneath the knob. The next day, she asked the neighbour if anyone had ever been in the house while her parents were gone. The woman shook her head. "Except the boy," she said. "What boy?" "The one who waves to me from the upstairs window." Jenna froze. No one had been in that room for 6 years. She called her parents. Asked again. "Why did you keep Daniel's room closed?" A pause. Then her father answered, "Because we didn't bury everything." That night, Jenna stood at the threshold again. The door still locked, but a whisper came from within. "You left me here." She opened it. This time, the room was different. The bed unmade, books torn, mirror cracked. And on the wall, a word carved over and over again. "Stay!" She turned to run. The door slammed. The lights went out, and something cold brushed her arm. She screamed, woke in the hallway. The door closed behind her, the chair still wedged beneath the knob. The next morning, she packed. She couldn't stay, but her keys were missing, her wallet gone, and on the hallway mirror written in fog, "I'll be good." She tried calling her parents. No answer. She emailed. No reply. She tried the front door. Locked. No deadbolt. Just sealed. Like the house no longer wanted her gone. She stayed in the living room. Didn't sleep. At 3:12 a.m, the TV turned on. Channel 2. Static. Then video. Daniel's room. Live feed. Empty. Then the door opened, and a figure walked in, wearing her clothes. Jenna screamed, unplugged the TV, still on. The figure turned, faceless but grinning. Then spoke in Daniel's voice. "You can have it now." She ran upstairs, threw open his door. No one, just her reflection in the mirror. But it blinked, out of sync, and smiled. Jenna's parents returned a week later. The house was quiet, too quiet. They called her name. No answer. But Daniel's room was open, light on. Inside, a woman stood with her back to them, wearing Jenna's clothes, staring at the mirror. She turned, smiled. I stayed. The house was sold the next year. New family, fresh paint. But sometimes late at night, neighbours say they see lights flicker upstairs, and 2 shadows in the hallway, one tall, one barefoot. Some rooms keep their occupants longer than they should. Some doors open 2 ways. So if you feel drawn to a forgotten bedroom, ask yourself who's doing the remembering. And if you hear footsteps at night, you may already be sharing. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? 13 tales. And still you sit by the fire, eyes wide, breath held, hoping one more won't hurt. But this tale, dear listener, is different, for this one is about me. Yes. Every tale has its teller, every voice has its price, and every final word comes with silence. So lean in. This is the story of the storyteller's last tale. No one remembered the house at the end of Ashroot Lane. It wasn't abandoned, it wasn't lived in, it just was. Children crossed the street to avoid it. Teenagers dared each other to knock, but none ever did. Except for Maren. She wasn't from the town. Maren's mother had taken a quiet teaching job after the divorce. "Fresh air, new start," she said. Maren wasn't impressed, especially when she learned the town had no internet after dark. "No service past sunset," the cashier at the gas station had said with a shrug. "Keeps the stories from leaking out." Maren assumed it was a joke. until Halloween night. She found the house while walking her dog, Kip. Or rather, Kip found it, barking at the wrought iron gate, sniffing the grass, whining at the front porch. The door was slightly ajar. Maren, too curious, pushed it open. Inside, cold air, dried lavender, and rows upon rows of books. There were no lights, yet everything glowed faintly. The furniture was heavy and old, the fireplace cold, but filled with soot. And in the corner, a high-backed velvet chair, empty. Kip growled. Then a voice, smooth and strange, echoed from nowhere. "You've come for a story." Maren turned. A woman stood by the hearth, tall, pale, silver-haired, draped in midnight blue, eyes like candle flame. "You should not have entered," she said. "Why?" "Because once you hear the last tale, you must tell the next." Maren backed toward the door. The latch clicked shut. The woman gestured. A book floated to her hand. Black cover, gold trim, no title. "I am the Storyteller," she said, "and this is my last." She began. No pages turned, just words. They poured from her like wind. Tales of cursed mirrors and houses that grew eyes, of names forgotten and children returned not quite right. As she spoke, the room shifted, walls breathing, windows watching. Kip whined. Maren tried to move, couldn't. Her legs were stone, her voice gone. The fire lit itself. The storyteller's mouth did not move, but her voice filled the room. "Once I too was a listener. I too sat for 13 tales. The shadows danced. And when they ended, I was given this chair." A sharp wind blew through the room, though no windows were open. Books fluttered, candles lit without flame. She continued, "Every tale I tell makes me less. Every listener takes more, until one remains and must begin." She looked at Maren and smiled. "This is the last tale. Yours begins now." The room spun. Kip barked, distant, echoing. Maren tried to scream. She was weightless, falling. Then silence. She woke in the velvet chair, fire crackling, books stacked around her, Kip gone. The door shut. She sat for hours, or days. Time didn't seem to pass, until footsteps came, software curious. The door creaked open. A boy peeked in. "Mr. Wells dared me to knock." He froze, eyes wide. Maren opened her mouth to call out, but her voice was not her own. Smooth, strange, ancient. "You've come for a story." And so the circle completes. The fire dies. The voice changes. The tales remain. If you've heard them all, dear one, then beware. For the last tale is not the end. It is the invitation. Should your door creak tonight, do not answer. Should the firelight flicker, do not listen. For I am done telling. But the chair is never empty. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Some deliveries are predictable. Flowers, chocolates, gentle regrets. But others come wrapped in thorns and silence, arriving like clockwork under the cover of moonlight. Tonight's tale follows a florist, a client who never speaks, and a bloom that should never grow in winter. Be careful what you arrange, my dear. It might already be arranging you. This is the story of the full moon arrangement. Hugo had never met the customer. Every month, on the night before the full moon, the same order arrived via email. One arrangement, large, of wolfsbane only. No greenery, no filler, no scent enhancers. Just the poisonous purple blossoms, tightly packed in black wrapping, bound with twine. It was odd. Wolfsbane, or monkshood, as his botany books preferred, wasn't exactly a crowd pleaser. Beautiful, yes, but dangerous. Absorbed through the skin, fatal if ingested. Not the sort of thing you'd give a loved one unless you wanted them gone. Still, Hugo delivered. The money was good. and the address was local. He didn't know who lived at 12 Penumbra Lane. The house looked abandoned, covered windows, paint cracked, ivy too healthy for winter. Each time he arrived, the porch light would blink on before he stepped out of his van, motion activated maybe, but only for him. Never the raccoons. And he never saw the owner. Only a black-gloved hand would reach through the door. Always the same rhythm. Knock, wait, door opens a crack, hand out. Never a word, never a tip. By the 5th delivery, Hugo began wearing gloves. Handling the wolfsbane made him uneasy. By the 8th, he started locking his bedroom window at night. By the 11th, he was dreaming of forests where the trees bled sap and howls answered his thoughts. The 12th full moon fell on Halloween. That was the first time the arrangement came back. It arrived just after midnight. A soft knock at the rear door of his shop. He almost didn't answer. He almost told himself it was the wind. But curiosity always had claws. He opened it. Nothing. Except the box. Wrapped exactly as he'd done it. Twine, paper, even his handwriting. But now the flowers were wilted, blackened, and tucked beneath them, a note written in spindly cursive. You missed one. He stood in silence for a long time, then slammed the door, locked it, and threw the flowers in the dumpster behind the shop. He slept poorly. The next morning his shop smelled strange, metallic, sweet, like something rotting under perfume. He opened the cooler. Every bouquet was dead. Petals brown, water cloudy, stems curled like fists. Even the fake ones, display arrangements sealed in resin, had lost their colour. He didn't work that day, didn't answer his emails, didn't deliver anything. He checked the moon calendar. Next full moon, November 27th. He marked it in black ink. The next few weeks passed in odd silence. No more strange deliveries, no repeat notes. But something had shifted. His customers were tense. Neighbours kept their pets inside. He began waking with dirt beneath his fingernails and leaves in his bed. And one morning, he opened his front door to find paw prints on his welcome mat. Dog-sized, but too deep, too long. November 26th. The email arrived at 2:47 a.m. Same order, same address, no substitutions. But the attached note chilled him. A single line. This is the final moon. He almost didn't make it. He nearly deleted the message. Nearly convinced himself it was just an eccentric recluse with a dramatic streak. But something about those words, final moon, lodged behind his ribs like a thorn. He made the bouquet. Larger than usual. He didn't wear gloves this time. Penumbra Lane was darker than usual. No porch light. The air was still. Cold. He climbed the steps slowly. Knocked. The door opened instantly, wider than ever, and the hand was gone. Instead, a voice. Low. Calm. Female. Come in, Hugo. The room smelled like night and ash. Inside, candlelight, dried herbs, furniture draped in sheets. A fire smouldered in a brick hearth that hadn't been used in decades. And sitting in a velvet chair across the room was a woman in a long dark coat, pale, eyes like polished stone. She gestured to a stool near her. He didn't sit. She smiled faintly. You've been faithful. He cleared his throat. I just make flowers. She tilted her head. Then why haven't you asked? Asked what? Why you're the only one I trust with wolfsbane. He stayed silent. Outside the wind howled. She stood. Removed one glove. Her hand was scarred. Claw marks. Faded but deep. I needed 12 cycles, she said. 1 arrangement per moon, 12 deaths, 12 restorations, and on the 13th, she stepped closer. I stopped being what I was. He took a step back. What were you? Her eyes flashed yellow for an instant, just long enough. She looked tired. Not all monsters enjoy it, she said softly. She opened the door. Go, Hugo. You've done enough. He fled. Didn't remember driving home. Didn't sleep that night. But he didn't dream of blood or trees, just the quiet snap of petals. He never received another order. No one lived at 12 Penumbra Lane anymore. No one had for years, according to the city. And the house? It was gone. Empty lot. Overgrown. But sometimes on the night before the full moon, someone leaves a small bouquet on his doorstep. Always wolfsbane, always fresh, and never a note. Even the wildest beasts may wish to be tamed, dear one. But some rituals run deep, deeper than fur, deeper than guilt. So if someone asks for flowers under a full moon, arrange carefully. You might be tending more than petals. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? There's something intimate about a mirror, isn't there? The way it watches you, learns you, offers you back to yourself, but just slightly wrong. Tonight's tale is about vanity, hunger, and the danger of staring too long. Because sometimes the reflection doesn't want to be you. It wants to be free. This is the story of mouths in the mirror. Evie never wanted a roommate. But London was expensive, and the attic flat above Berwick and Gray's bookshop wasn't exactly cheap, even if it was 2 floors of uneven staircases and 1 working radiator. Still, it was her home, and she hated the idea of sharing it. So when the landlord emailed asking if he could store a box of antiques, just for a month or 2, she only agreed because it meant she'd get £50 off rent. She didn't expect the box to contain a mirror. It was tucked in the corner of the sitting room, leaned against the wall, draped in yellowing canvas. She didn't touch it for days. But late one night, returning from work and soaked to the skin, she finally peeled the fabric back, intending to dry her hair and sneak a glance at the bags under her eyes. What stared back was lovely. Not beautiful, not flawless, but more. Eyes just a bit wider, hair glossier, jaw sharper, like her, perfected. She stared for a long time, then blinked, blushed, and went to bed. Over the next week she used it more and more. It wasn't vanity, she told herself. It was curiosity. The mirror made her feel better, centered. It was like seeing the best version of herself. And some mornings, that helped. Until it didn't. Day 8. Evie had overslept. Her alarm hadn't gone off, and she'd forgotten to plug in her phone. She threw on yesterday's clothes, splashed cold water on her face, and ran past the mirror, and stopped. Because the reflection hadn't moved. It was still brushing its hair. She froze, then blinked hard. Her reflection caught up, brushing its hair again in sync this time. A delay, maybe. A trick of tired eyes. She laughed it off, went to work, forgot about it, until it happened again. 2 nights later. This time, the reflection smiled first. Evie didn't laugh. She covered the mirror back up, moved it to the hallway, lit incense, told herself it was old glass, warped silver, a trick of angles and candlelight. But that night she dreamed of it, standing in her flat, wearing her face, mouth open too wide, and behind her, dozens of mouths, whispering. She woke to find the mirror uncovered. She was sure she'd taped it shut. The cloth was on the floor, damp and wrinkled like it had been sucked in from the inside. She emailed the landlord. He didn't reply. She tried to lift it, move it outside. It wouldn't budge, like it was rooted to the floorboards. She began to notice things. When she brushed her teeth, she tasted iron. Her tongue felt heavy. The mirror stayed clean, even when she stopped dusting. And her reflection. It was aging differently. Her own face grew pale, sunken. But the reflection was radiant, rosy-cheeked, more alive than her. On day 20, the mouths began to appear. At first, only in dreams, then in reflections. Not just in the mirror, but in her phone screen, her tea kettle, her laptop's black loading screen. They hovered behind her, smiling, muttering, teeth all too sharp. One night she tried to paint over it. The glass hissed, the paint peeled away on its own. She called a friend, told them she'd been having weird dreams. They offered to come stay the weekend. She said yes, and then the next day, the friend texted to say they couldn't. Something came up. Evie never told them, but she knew they'd never sent that message. By Halloween, she was pale as wax and hardly sleeping. The reflection had begun moving when she wasn't. Sometimes it would follow her with its eyes. Sometimes it would mouth things she couldn't hear. Once, it put its hand to the glass and pressed until a hairline crack bloomed outward, like the mirror itself was skin. She tried smashing it, with a hammer, with a fire poker, with a brick. Nothing worked. Each time the glass rippled like water, absorbed the impact, then stilled. She tried photographing it. The photos came back blank, or worse. In one she wasn't there at all, in another she was, but smiling, even though she hadn't been. She stopped going outside. Her voice changed, lower, hungrier. Sometimes when she walked past other mirrors she didn't see herself. The mouths got louder. They hissed her name, told her she was almost ready. Then one night, as the full moon passed overhead, the reflection leaned close to the glass and whispered, "Let me out, just once." Evie shook her head. The mouths smiled. "You already said yes." The next morning the landlord came by to collect the antique. He found the sitting room empty. No sign of Evie, just the mirror, and in it a girl standing alone with shining hair and perfect eyes, smiling sweetly. Behind her, dozens of whispering mouths, all shaped like hers. Some reflections are too flattering to be true. Some mirrors never want to let go. So next time you check your face before heading out, count your mouths, dear. And if one more smiles back than you remember having, run. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? Some names echo louder than others, especially when written in ink not meant for the living. Tonight's tale concerns a signature, not just a name, but a binding. Because the dead, you see, do not appreciate forgeries. So light your candle carefully, dear one. This is the story of the mummy's signature. Benjamin Trask didn't believe in curses, which made him perfect for the job. He'd been hired on contract, 1 month only, to help catalogue and digitise the recently acquired Sarrazine collection. A cache of Middle Kingdom papyri, fragments, canopic lids, and 3 unusually intact linen-wrapped scrolls. The University Museum had plans for a major exhibit, but they needed everything scanned, translated, tagged and watermarked before Halloween. Ben was cheap, fast and specialised in forgotten languages. He was also reckless. The scrolls had no listed origin point, only a box number and a warning label in red. Unstable surface, do not unwrap. Naturally, he unwrapped one. Carefully, yes. Lovingly, but still. Inside was not papyrus. Not exactly. The fibres had the texture of human hair and the faint scent of decay. But more disturbing was the ink, black and glistening, which shimmered on the surface like it was still drying. It wasn't hieratic or demotic script. It wasn't any script he recognised. But it looked like writing. Symbols arranged in strange vertical stacks like names turned inward. He transcribed them anyway, copied them by hand into his notebook, even signed one, just to see. That night his reflection didn't blink with him. He dismissed it. Old museum lighting, new glasses. But the next morning he found his name added to the scroll he'd copied. In English. Same signature, same curl on the B. His pen still worked. The ink in his notebook still shimmered. But when he tried to erase the line, it bled. He didn't tell the team. Not when the second scroll began unwrapping itself. Not when he found loose linen strips folded beneath his desk. Not even when his shoes filled with sand overnight. He'd seen weird things. He was a researcher. Sometimes history breathed back. But by the third week, the museum began to rot. One intern lost a fingernail while brushing debris from a cracked urn. It turned black and fell off within hours. Another developed a cough that sounded dry, papery, like parchment tearing. The senior archivist quit abruptly after claiming her keyboard had tried to bite her. Ben said nothing, until the walls began to whisper. They called him Sahuti. He didn't know what it meant, but it echoed inside his skull like it had always been there. He stopped sleeping. His dreams were too loud, always the same. Endless sand, a hollow crypt, and rows of canopic jars with human faces, all mouthing his name. October 30th. He came in early. The security lights were off. The exhibit cases had all fogged from the inside, like someone had breathed on the glass. And on each panel, written in that same shimmering ink, was a single name, Benjamin Trask. He turned to leave, but the hall behind him had shifted. Longer, smoother, cold. And something moved inside the sealed sarcophagus at the far end of the room. He ran, locked himself in the document prep room, opened his notebook, flipped to the page with the copied symbols. They glowed faintly, and now there were more of them. New names, all in his handwriting. Colleagues, friends, his parents, himself again. He tried burning the page. It didn't catch. The fire went around the ink, like it knew. He emailed the curator, said he was sick, went home, didn't sleep, didn't eat, just watched the mirror. Where his face had begun to change, hollowed out, eyes sunken. Skin, stretching. October 31st. The museum opened the new exhibit, the Sarrazin collection, unwrapped and restored. The third scroll had vanished. So had Ben. No one spoke of it. No one knew why the security footage for his final night was blank. Just 30 minutes of static. Then a single frame. Ben, standing still in front of the open sarcophagus, smiling. The notebook was found in his apartment, still open, still wet. The last page was written in a new language. Translated roughly, it said, "I bear the names now. I carry the breath." A week later, a museum visitor knocked over a display case. Just a slip, a careless elbow. The case cracked, and inside the glass, in that same black ink, 3 new names appeared, all spelled perfectly. The security guard's badge, the curator's signature, and the child who had screamed first. Some languages are not learned. They are inherited. Some signatures bind more than documents, so if ever you are tempted to trace the name of the dead, be sure they haven't left you space to write your own. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? The fields are quiet at night, empty, peaceful. But peace is often a warning, not a comfort. And those things nailed to wooden posts with stitched smiles and button eyes. Some were never meant to scare off birds. Some are watching the wrong direction. So take a walk through the corn, won't you? Just mind your breath. This is the story of the scarecrow's breath. Logan Keats had a problem with other people's property. Not stealing exactly, but trespassing, messing with things he shouldn't. That was a sport. Halloween was his championship season. He and his friends, Owen, Caleb and Rhea, had a tradition. Each year they picked a new target. Someone's over-the-top decorations, a haunted hayride, the prize-winning pumpkin at the county fair. It was never about damage, just disruption. Mischief. This year's target was a scarecrow. It stood at the edge of O'Sullivan's cornfield, just off the county road. Old, classic. Straw hat, denim overalls, stitched burlap face. but with one twist, a note pinned to its chest, handwritten and faded. Do not remove, do not touch, do not breathe. Which to Logan was basically a dare. The plan was simple. Midnight. Cut through the ditch. Take a selfie with the scarecrow. Maybe knock its hat off. Nothing major. Owen brought a flashlight. Rhea filmed on her phone. Caleb tagged along half awake, sipping an energy drink and yawning between curses. Logan took the lead. The field was quiet. Not a cricket, not a breeze. The corn was taller than it had been last week. Too tall for late October. The stalks had gone grey, not brown, as if frostbitten. But the scarecrow still stood, right where the gravel shoulder met the crops. It was taller than they expected. 7 feet easy, thick arms, stuffed full. Its head tilted slightly, like it was listening. The stitched mouth curved upward, but only barely. Its eyes were mismatched buttons. One black, one bone white. Creepy, Owen muttered. Rhea grinned. It's kind of perfect. Caleb stayed by the road. Logan stepped close. The note was pinned right across the chest. The writing was shaky, faint, still readable. Do not remove, do not touch, do not breathe. He laughed, then tore it down. The moment the paper left the burlap, the air shifted. It wasn't sound, more like pressure, like someone sucking in breath behind your ear. Logan paused, then turned to his friends, grinning. Boo! That's when the scarecrow exhaled. No one else heard it. But Logan felt it, a warm, wet gust of air against the back of his neck. He spun, no one there. But something had changed in the stitching of the mouth. It looked wider, hungrier. Let's go, he said, suddenly annoyed. I got the shot. They left the field, but the field didn't leave them. That night, Logan dreamed of straw in his throat, of dirt under his fingernails, of standing perfectly still while crows perched on his shoulders and pecked at his cheeks. He woke up gagging. There was hay in his mouth. The next day, he couldn't stop coughing. His skin itched. He skipped school. Told his mum it was a cold. She bought it until he vomited twine into the sink. Rhea came over that evening. Your video's gone, she said. He blinked. What? The scarecrow clip. Deleted itself. From my phone, from the cloud, I'm everywhere. She showed him. There was only black static where the video had been. Logan opened his phone. The selfie was gone too. In its place, a new image, a photo taken from behind him, of the scarecrow, looking down at the back of his head. He didn't sleep that night. His skin was dry, cracked at the elbows. When he scratched, something flaked off that wasn't skin. Owen texted at 2 a.m. Yo, I had a nightmare. That thing was in my room. Caleb never replied. They met at the edge of the field the next evening. All 4 of them, barely speaking. The scarecrow was gone. No post, no hat, no patch of trampled grass, just grey corn. I think we broke a rule, Rhea whispered. Logan said nothing. He was staring at the sky. There were no stars. That night he stayed awake. Every time he blinked, he saw rows of corn, and something walking between them. Not human, not anymore. The following morning, Caleb was missing. Police blamed it on drugs, a runaway, but Logan knew. He walked back to the field, alone. The corn was rotting now, reeking, but something stood at the centre. Not the scarecrow, not anymore. It was Caleb, taller, stitched at the joints, burlap over the face, button eyes. Logan ran, made it halfway home before collapsing. He couldn't breathe. There was straw in his lungs. He could feel it scratching the inside of his throat, growing longer. His mother found him convulsing on the kitchen floor. He survived, but only just. Doctors said it was an allergic reaction, but his blood work showed plant matter. Foreign cells, non-human. Rhea disappeared next. Her phone was found at the base of a telephone pole. The last video on it? A field. Empty. Then a whisper. Don't breathe. Halloween night. Logan walked into the field. Alone again. He wasn't coughing anymore. He didn't itch. He felt ready. The air around him trembled. He stepped into the clearing. 3 scarecrows stood there now. He joined them and breathed in. They say you can hear it if you stand too close to the corn on a windless night. That long, dry exhale. Not the wind, not the birds. Something else. Something remembering breath. Some mischief grows roots, my dear, and some warnings are more than just words. So if you find a scarecrow standing where no one should be, don't touch it, don't speak to it, and above all, don't breathe. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Masks are curious things, aren't they? We wear them for fun, for safety, sometimes even for truth. But tonight's mask was not made for the living. It remembers every wearer, and it never forgets a face, even if the face has forgotten itself. So step carefully into the party, dear one, and be sure the mask you wear is truly yours. This is the story of The Mask of Hollow Hill. No one remembered inviting Mitch to the party. Not exactly. He wasn't from Hollow Hill. He didn't go to school there. He didn't know the shortcuts through the quarry or the trick to turning the water tap behind the general store. But he showed up anyway, on Halloween night in costume, smiling like he'd always been part of the group. And no one questioned it, not at first. It was the last Halloween party at Briar House. The land had been sold. The big Victorian estate on the edge of Hollow Hill was set to be demolished in November. So this year's bash, hosted by Nora Clemens, the senior class president, was less a costume party and more a farewell ritual. Everyone came. Costumes ranged from the lazy to the elaborate. Skeleton suits, witches, sexy plumbers, a guy wrapped in tin foil pretending to be a baked potato. Mitch arrived in a mask. No one remembered what the rest of his costume looked like, just the mask. It was beautiful, handmade, pale wood, cracked with age but perfectly symmetrical. The mouth carved into a soft smile, the brows tilted in a way that made it seem either sad or amused. No one knew where he'd gotten it. He said it came with the house. That was the first weird thing. The second was how well he fit in. Mitch remembered everyone's names, knew who dated who, which teachers gave the most homework, which trails led to the quarry, and which led somewhere else. By midnight, no one remembered not knowing him. Nora noticed first. Not that he was strange, but that everyone else had changed slightly. Lizzie's voice was deeper. Matt was left-handed now. The twin brothers, Blake and Sean, couldn't remember who was older anymore. It was little things, hair parts, accent shifts, laughs that didn't quite match the faces. The only person who hadn't changed was Mitch. At 12:33 a.m, the power went out. A groan moved through the crowd. Phones came out. Candles were lit. But Mitch was already gone. Someone thought they saw him go upstairs. Someone else said he went out back. Nora went looking. She found the mask first, sitting alone on a windowsill in the study. Its expression had changed, more neutral now, less smile, more waiting. She picked it up and felt watched. The air behind her shifted. She turned. Nothing. Turned back. The mask was gone. She rejoined the party, shaken. Mitch was back, laughing with friends, maskless. She said nothing, but something inside her itched. The next morning, most of the party-goers reported the same dream. A masked figure, walking slowly through the woods, whistling a tune no one could name. The dream ended at a mirror, but the reflection showed a different face every time. Over the next week, things got worse. Emily Bryce forgot her mother's name. Julian forgot he'd been adopted. 2 students withdrew from school, citing severe dissociation. and Nora stopped recognizing herself in photos. She found the mask again on November 6th, wrapped in tissue inside her school locker. No one saw who put it there. There was no note, just the faintest scent of cedar and smoke. That night she put it on, only for a second, just to see. The next morning she knew things she shouldn't. The real names of people who only went by nicknames. The exact number of steps between Hollow Hill and the cemetery on the ridge. And most of all, that Mitch had never taken the mask off. He wasn't a student. He wasn't anyone. He was the mask's last wearer. And now it was looking for a new one. She burned it in her backyard fire pit, watched the wood crackle and hiss, watched it blacken. She didn't sleep. The next morning the ashes were gone. Her front porch light was shattered, and scratched into the door was one sentence. I remember you. The school cancelled classes that week. Nora stopped answering texts, started hearing her name in static, saw her own face blinking at her from reflections where she wasn't looking. On Halloween night 1 year later, she received a package, no return address. Inside a mask, not wood this time, paper mache, wet to the touch. It had no mouth, only eye holes. And inside each hole, a reflection of her, but younger. Some say Nora put it on, some say she moved away. The truth is harder to track. No one remembers her now. But the mask reappears. Every Halloween. Somewhere near Hollow Hill, each time with a new expression and someone else's eyes. We wear masks to hide, but sometimes the mask wears us. And once it knows your name, dear one, it will never forget your face. So next time someone new arrives at your party, smiling, familiar, already known, be sure to ask, who invited you? Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Some candies aren't made in factories. Some are stirred in cauldrons, steeped in secrets and wrapped in riddles. And once eaten, well, they do more than rot your teeth. Tonight's tale is about a boy, a bag of candy, and a Halloween that changed everything. One piece at a time. This is the story of Candy Cornered. It started with a mix-up. Carter Wilkes had finished his Halloween route. Pillowcase full, flashlight dying, sneakers soaked from wet leaves. His little brother Max had pooped out early. Cold. Tired. Wanted to go home and watch cartoons. Carter was 12. Max was 8. Their mum had let him walk the last few blocks alone, so long as he stayed on the lit streets. He hit every house on Sycamore and all of Willow Court before circling back home. When he got there, 2 identical pillowcases sat by the front door. One was his, one was Max's. Or so he thought. He grabbed the heavier one and dumped it out in the living room. It was full. But not with the usual mix. No brand name wrappers, no tiny chocolate bars or lollipops. Just one kind of candy. Candy corn. Dozens of them, wrapped individually in crinkled black wax paper, each with a tiny orange sticker that simply read, "Eat me." Carter blinked. He hated candy corn. Max loved it. "Dude!" he called toward the hallway. "We switched bags." No answer. He picked one up, sniffed, smelled like cinnamon and something else. Almost smoky. He unwrapped it, popped it in. It was warm, like it had just been made, soft, syrupy, buttery, and oddly good. He reached for another. By bedtime, he'd eaten a dozen. By morning, the neighbourhood was smaller. It wasn't obvious at first. The street looked off. Houses closer together. Fewer cars parked along the curb. The Johnsons' mailbox was gone. So was the Simmons' decorative ghost. Carter chalked it up to Halloween cleanup, until lunch when Max asked, "Where's the church?" Carter blinked. "What church?" Max frowned. "The one next to school, with the big bell." "There's no—" he started, then stopped. Because there had been. He remembered it now, but it wasn't there anymore, just a parking lot. That night, Carter examined the candy. He'd eaten 17 pieces. He counted the rest. There were 31. He ate another. And the fire station vanished. Carter didn't know how he knew, but he knew. Each candy did something, erased something. From the town, from memory, from reality. He tried to stop, but the flavour, it was better each time, smoother, sweeter. The warmth spread further. By the 24th piece he could feel it in his spine. People started acting strange, forgetting things. Names, addresses, birthdays. Max called their mum Auntie at breakfast. Their neighbour, Mr. Phelps, stared blankly when asked how long he'd lived on the street. Carter tried to warn someone. He brought the candy to his friend Nate's house. Nate wasn't there. His house wasn't there. Just a mailbox on an empty lot. He went to the library. The building was smaller, fewer shelves, half the books missing. He opened a local map. Holloway Elementary, gone. City Hall, gone. Cemetery, gone. There were 7 candies left. He threw them in the trash, burned them with a lighter. The fire sparked, then vanished. The wax was untouched. The next day, Max was gone. His mum didn't notice. There was only one bedroom, only one toothbrush, only one pillowcase on Halloween night. Carter searched for help. The town was nearly gone. Blocks folded inward. Stores blinked out like dying bulbs. People wandered, dazed. Some didn't speak anymore. Others just wept. He returned home. There were 5 candies left. He stared at them. His name was harder to remember. The taste of water felt foreign. Even his own face in the mirror looked borrowed. He made a choice. He walked to the tallest hill at the edge of town. The wind was heavy with burning leaves. He unwrapped one candy, bit down. The sky went dark. 4 left. He turned slowly. Behind him, where the town had been, only cornfields, stretching endlessly, row after row. A voice called from behind, faint, cracking. "Carter?" He turned. It was Max, but younger, 7, 6, eyes blank, skin pale, holding a wax-wrapped candy. "Did you eat yours too?" Max asked. Carter stepped back. "You shouldn't be here." Max smiled. "We all ate ours." 3 left. He ran. Through the corn, through the wind. The rows closed in. He tripped, fell hard. The candies spilled from his pocket. 3, 2, 1, then none. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the living room. Halloween night, pillowcase full beside him. Mom cooking dinner in the kitchen. Max calling him from the hallway. Everything normal. Except there was only one type of candy in the bag. Candy corn, individually wrapped, with one sticker. "Welcome back." "Sweet things leave stains, dear, and some tastes you never lose. So if your candy bag ever looks too perfect, count carefully, and maybe, just maybe, leave the last piece uneaten. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? There are saints made of wood and saints made of stone, but some saints are hollow. They pray with their mouths open but never move, never judge, never forgive. And that silence, my dear, is not mercy. It's waiting." Tonight's tale is a confession of sorts, one never spoken aloud. This is the story of the Hollow Saint. Every small town has that one church. Not the big, well-kept one with the coffee mornings and choir. The other one. The one that no one attends anymore. That smells like mildew and forgotten incense. That keeps its doors unlocked, even when the sign says closed. St. Avila's Chapel sat at the edge of Greenwood Cemetery. It hadn't held service in 20 years. It leaned slightly to the left, and at its centre, above the altar, where a cross or crucifix might normally stand, was a statue of the Hollow Saint. No one remembered putting it there. It didn't appear in any photos before 1987. But it had always been there, watching. Talia Cole had laughed at it the first time she saw it. She was 9. Her dad had taken her to a community clean-up day. rake the leaves, fix the fence, sweep the chapel floors. The statue unnerved everyone, thin, robed, head bowed, mouth open, but she found it funny. "Looks like it's screaming," she'd said, or waiting for a snack. Her dad didn't laugh. He only said, "We don't joke in front of the saint." She asked him once what the saint was for. He shrugged. "No one knows. People leave offerings. Sometimes prayers." "What kind of prayers?" "The kind you don't say out loud." Years passed. The town forgot Saint. Avila's almost entirely, except for Talia. She never stopped visiting. Not often, but enough. She never told anyone why. She couldn't have explained it herself. It was just quiet in there. Quiet in a way the world never was. No buzz, no pressure. The statue never looked at her, not exactly. But it listened. And sometimes that was enough. Then came October 31st, senior year. Talia and her friends, Cam, Bree and Eli, had been drinking. Nothing wild. Just pocket flasks and fake IDs and the thrill of being 17 and cruel. They ended up near the cemetery around midnight. Cam said, "Let's go visit your boyfriend, the screaming saint." Talia laughed. "He never screams." Bree giggled. "Maybe he moans." They went inside. The door creaked. The moonlight filtered through broken stained glass. The saint stood in shadow, mouth open wide, waiting. They started as jokes, fake confessions. "Forgive me, Hollow Daddy, for I've sinned," Bree whispered. "I stole Cam's vape," Eli added. Talia felt her skin go cold. "Guys, stop." Cam pulled out his phone, snapped a selfie in front of the statue. No harm done. Flash, light, click. Then came the sound. Not loud, just wet, like something shifting inside old stone. They froze. The statue's mouth twitched, only once. They bolted, laughed it off in the parking lot. But Talia didn't sleep that night because in her dreams the statue followed her, closer each time. The next morning, Cam posted the photo online. Caption, "Open wide." Within minutes, his phone bricked, wouldn't turn on. When he tried using his mum's laptop, it froze. When he printed the photo, the statue's face was gone. Only a wide open mouth remained. That night, Cam disappeared. His house locked. Car in the drive. No sign of forced entry. Just his shoes. Sitting neatly at the edge of his bed. And in the kitchen, a smear of dust shaped like praying hands. The police questioned everyone. Talia didn't tell them about the statue. She tried to forget. Tried to pretend it was coincidence, until she found Bree 2 days later. Sitting in the chapel, mouth open, eyes wide, stone dust on her lips. Bree wouldn't speak, wouldn't move, just sat, breathing but different, like she was listening to something deep underground. Eli stopped showing up to school. Talia texted him. He replied once, "I hear it breathing." Then nothing. She returned to Saint. Avila's one last time. Midnight. Alone. She stood before the hollow saint, looked into its mouth, and understood. It wasn't waiting for prayers. It was keeping them. Every whispered guilt, every muttered fear, every cruel laugh in the dark. It ate them. And when it grew too full, it exhaled. That's what had happened. Cam's selfie had opened it, brought it closer to the surface. The saint hadn't been screaming. It had been holding its breath until now. Talia knelt. She whispered a confession. Not a joke this time, not laughter. Real shame, real sorrow, real silence. The statue stirred, its head tilted, the mouth closed, just once, then opened again. Still. Waiting. Talia left the chapel. She never spoke of it again, but she never laughed at shadows, never joked about guilt, never said the words hollow saint out loud. Others forgot. The church is sealed now, the statue gone. But on Halloween nights you can hear it again, if you stand near the old cemetery fence and listen very closely. Not screaming, not praying, just breathing, in and out. There are some places that do not echo back, they only listen. And some statues do not depict the divine, they devour it. So if ever you kneel before something hollow, be careful what you confess. It might be the last breath you ever share. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree?
Hey there, brave souls. Welcome back to the channel where your darkest fears come to life. If you're new here, I'm the Lady Grim Murmurs, your guide through the shadows of the unknown. But before we dive into tonight's chilling tale, I have to ask you something. Are you haunting my dreams? Because every night, I see shadows creeping around my bed, whispering to me, and the only way to banish them is for you to hit that subscribe button. How could you do this to me? Leaving me to face these nightmares alone? Don't you want to join our little family of thrill seekers? I promise, it's a hauntingly good time. Now, if you're ready to face the darkness, grab a blanket and turn off the lights. Because tonight, we're diving into a story that will make you question what lurks in the shadows. Lanterns light the way, yes, but what if the light itself is a trap? Tonight's tale takes us to a cemetery, where boys dare each other to wake the dead, and something far worse than a ghost answers. You'll want to keep a candle nearby, my dear, just in case the flame flickers. This is the story of the Bone Lantern. The cemetery was supposed to be locked after dark. That's what the sign said. Rusted, bent, zip-tied to the old iron gate. But the neighborhood kids knew better. There was always a gap at the rear fence, where the ivy grew thick and the land dipped just enough for a skinny body to slip through. On Halloween, they called it Dead Man's Trail. That year, 5 boys entered. Only one came back. It started like any dare does, bravado masking fear, laughter hiding nerves. Elliot brought the idea. Marcus brought the lighter. James brought his brother's flashlight. Leo brought nothing but noise. And Sam, the youngest, brought a sick feeling he couldn't shake. They huddled at the edge of the fence. Inside, tombstones leaned like tired teeth. Above them, clouds skimmed the moon, shredding the light like curtains. Elliot held up the prize, a black metal lantern with a ribbed bone handle. I took it from that antiques booth at the fair, he said, too proud. James squinted. Is that real bone? Probably. Gross, Leo said. Cool. Sam didn't say anything. The lantern was cold, even through Elliot's glove. It had no wick. No switch. Just a hollow socket where light should go. That's where the flame goes, Elliot said. Marcus lit the Zippo. There's no candle. You don't need one, Elliot replied. You speak the name. What name? Elliot smiled. Whoever you want to see. Sam's chest tightened. He didn't want to see anyone. Not really. But Leo was already climbing the fence, shouting, Deadman's Trail, baby! And they followed. Because of course they did. The lantern felt heavier as they passed into the dark. The cemetery had changed. More trees. The path was narrower. The names on the stones were in no language they recognized. They stopped in a clearing. Moss-covered statue, crumbling mausoleum, grave dust in the air. Elliot held up the lantern. Say it, he whispered. James hesitated. Who? Your brother, Elliot grinned. He died last year, right? That's not funny. Elliot turned to Sam. Your dad, then? Sam stepped back. I'm not playing. But Elliot was already whispering. No one heard the name. But they felt the breath. The lantern ignited. Not flame. Light. Pale, blue-white, cold as snowfall. It hovered inside the bone cage. Alive. And then the graves opened. Not loudly. Not with drama. Just shifting. Soil settling. Hands emerging. James screamed first. Leo tripped backward. Elliot laughed until he didn't. Until one of them looked up. Not a ghost. Not a skeleton. But a child. Hairless, skinless, hollow eyes. No mouth. Just a glowing cavity in its chest. A light matching the lantern. Sam turned to run. The path was gone. The headstones now surrounded them. Too close, stacked like walls. And more were climbing free. Elliot dropped the lantern. The flame stayed, hovered in place. It began to hum. The children, or whatever they were, crawled toward it. Mouthless, eyeless, starving for something. As each one reached the light, it flickered, and so did they. Their chests brightened, then burst, like stars going nova. One by one they fed. Sam screamed, "Turn it off!" "I can't," Elliot sobbed. James was gone. Leo silent. Only Elliot and Sam left. And then Elliot stepped into the circle of light. He whispered again. A name Sam didn't hear. But the lantern did. It pulsed. And Elliot's chest glowed briefly before splitting wide. He fell, still smiling. Sam stood alone. The flame floated toward him. He shook his head. "No." It paused, waited, like a question. Sam turned, walked. The headstones parted. The path returned. He didn't run, didn't cry. Not until he passed back through the fence and found the streetlights still on and the world unchanged. They never found the others. Sam never returned to the cemetery. But sometimes, on quiet October nights, he sees the glow. Not in the sky, not in the distance, but in windows, in mirrors, in the chests of strangers passing him by. And once in a dream, he woke to find the lantern at the foot of his bed, burning gently, whispering someone's name. He didn't recognize it, not at first, but then he said it aloud, and the light grew stronger. Curiosity carries a cost, my dear, especially when the light you seek isn't yours to carry. So if you find a lantern with a handle of bone, do not light it, do not speak, and above all, do not name the dead. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? Every house begins with a sketch, a floor plan, a vision. But what if the walls build themselves? What if the blueprints were drawn by something older, deeper, and far more patient than any architect? Tonight's tale concerns a house, a child's drawing, and a knife that never quite stays still. This is the story of the house that carves itself. Milo Porter's grandfather left him the house in his will. They hadn't spoken in 10 years. Still, Milo accepted. Free real estate in a housing market like this. You don't question it. Even if the house stood in the woods. Even if the deed came with a handwritten note. Don't bring anything sharp inside. The house sat alone at the end of a gravel road, half swallowed by vines and oak shadows. Built in the 1930s, but with details that felt much older. Narrow windows, warped shutters, a spire that didn't match the blueprints. It looked taller on the inside than out. Milo didn't remember much of the house from childhood. Just flashes, the smell of cedar, the shape of the doorknobs, a sound like carving, always carving. And the attic. He'd always been afraid of the attic. He moved in on October 10th. By the 11th, the walls had changed. It wasn't dramatic. A door that hadn't been there before. A hallway just slightly longer. The pantry deepened. He blamed poor memory. Old houses settle. Old houses shift. Right? But then he found the first knife, tucked behind the basement breaker panel. Its blade was carved from something pale, not steel, bone maybe. Its handle was smooth, warm to the touch. Wrapped around it was a scrap of parchment, with a child's handwriting. "This one opens the wall." He dropped it immediately. Didn't tell anyone. But that night the pantry was gone, replaced by stairs, leading down. He didn't go down. Not that night. On October 15th he found the second knife. This one behind the bathroom mirror. Shorter, serrated, black hilt. Note attached. "This one makes the window." He laughed nervously. No windows changed. But the next morning the mirror was a window. Looking into somewhere else. Not outside. Not inside. Just dark. And deep. He took the knives outside. Tried to bury them. The soil spat them back up. Literally. Unearthed by morning, placed neatly on the welcome mat. He began to dream. Blueprints unfolding on their own. Walls rearranging. Rooms forming around something central, something waiting. Something sketched in red. October 20th. He found the attic key, wrapped in an old sock under the sink. He hadn't remembered locking the attic. He hadn't even known there was a lock. He opened it. Inside, a desk. On the desk, a stack of drawings. Old, faded, crayon on yellow paper. His name in the corner, written in shaky 6-year-old letters. Each drawing was a floor plan. Some familiar, some impossible. Rooms with no exits, spiral hallways, a stairwell that led to the hurt room. and in every corner tiny knives, drawn carefully, numbered. He flipped to the last page. A note. Don't forget the knives, they help it grow. He slammed the attic door shut, locked it, moved a dresser in front of it. But the next morning the dresser was gone, and in its place a door, carved with the same shapes from his childhood drawings. He tried to leave. Car wouldn't start. Phone dead. No signal. The woods too quiet. No birds. No wind. That night, a new knife appeared on his pillow. No note this time. But the blade was wet, and the hallway smelled like sawdust and something sweet. He checked the floor plan he'd printed the day he moved in. It no longer matched. Now there was a second staircase, a cold room, a trapdoor under the guest bed, and a room labelled Heart. He found it on Halloween. The Heart Room. Behind what used to be the coat closet, it pulsed slightly. The walls weren't wood anymore. They were flesh-like, wet to the touch, and in the centre, embedded in a pedestal of bone, a final knife. Unlike the others, this one had no blade, just a hilt, carved with his name. He reached for it, and the room sighed, a sound of relief, or hunger. He dropped it, ran upstairs, but the house tilted toward the heart. Every room now led downward. The stairs rearranged themselves. Knives appeared in his pockets. One was tattooed on his arm when he woke. The drawings in the attic multiplied. The last day he found a mirror. Etched across it. Every room is a wound, you made this, finish carving. No one's seen Milo since November 1st. But hikers say the house is still there. Different now. Always changing. Some swear it grows taller each time they pass. And if you go at night, if you knock, the door opens. Inside it smells like cedar. And carving. Always carving. Every space we live in remembers us, but some remember too well. So if you inherit an old house with strange corners, strange blueprints, or strange blades, do not unpack, do not explore, and never, ever finish the design. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? Family dinners can be uncomfortable. Awkward small talk, strange traditions, too much staring. But sometimes the discomfort is more than social. Sometimes it's instinct. Tonight's tale brings us to a table already set, where the meat is rich, the hosts don't blink, and the guest should never have RSVP'd. This is the story of Ghoul's Night In. Lena always hated meeting the parents. She was fine with awkward. She could fake smile and compliment wallpaper with the best of them. But this felt different. Dread hung over her like static, not nerves, instinct. Jasper had asked her 3 times if she was sure. She said yes. He smiled, too big, and said, "They'll love you, I mean that literally." The house was older than it looked. Stone facade, iron gate, a rusted lantern above the door flickering with real flame. Inside, dark wood, no lights, and a scent Lena couldn't place. Not rot, not food, something in between. Jasper's mother met them at the foyer. Tall, hair in a bun so tight it looked painful, her cheekbones sharp enough to slice bread. "You brought her," she said, eyes locked on Lena. Jasper nodded. She said yes. The woman stepped aside. "Then let's eat." They passed a mirror in the hallway. Jasper didn't cast a reflection. Lena laughed nervously. "Old mirror?" No one replied. The dining room was long and low lit. Candles flickered in ornate holders. A massive table dominated the space, already set for 8, even though Jasper said it was just the family. Lena froze when she saw the centerpiece. A roast of something. It smelled incredible. And wrong. Rich, metallic, like blood and butter. Jasper's father entered, followed by 2 others. Cousins, maybe. No one introduced themselves. They all looked close, pale skin, black eyes, mouths just a little too wide. None of them blinked. Not once. They sat. The mother carved. No prayer. No grace. Only silence and silverware. Lena stared at her plate. The meat was rare, marbled, fibrous in a way beef wasn't. "Is this?" she began. Jasper touched her hand. "Just eat, don't ask." She cut a small piece. The flavor exploded, salt, iron, spice. She swallowed. The entire table exhaled in unison. They all started eating after that. No one spoke. No one drank. Only the sound of chewing, wet and slow. The cousins kept watching her, smiling, like they knew something she didn't. She tried to make conversation. "So Jasper tells me—" "We know what Jasper tells you," the mother interrupted. Her voice was flat. The father chuckled. "He always did like the sweet ones." Lena pushed her plate away. Jasper whispered, "It's better if you finish. It means you're staying." "I am staying," she said. "I drove 3 hours." His eyes met hers. "No, I mean staying." The cousins stood. The room dimmed. One of them tilted their head and sniffed. "She's ripe," he said. The mother smiled. The father folded his napkin. "Let's begin." Jasper stood too. "Don't!" Lena hissed. He touched her shoulder. "I chose you," he said softly. "Be grateful. It means I love you." Then he stepped aside. One cousin raised a silver blade. Not a weapon, more like a surgical knife. Lena bolted. The candlelight flickered. The walls seemed to lean, but she made it to the front door, and it opened. Too easily. The air outside hit like a scream. The world had shifted. The moon above was too large. The sky, wrong. No stars, only slow-turning clouds like smoke in water. She ran. Through the gate, down the gravel, until she hit asphalt. Lights. A gas station. Inside, fluorescent bulbs buzzing. An old man behind the counter. He looked up. His eyes were normal. She exhaled. "I need help, please. They tried to—" He held up a hand. "I know where you've been." "What?" "You smell like meat." She took a step back. He leaned in, sniffed. "Too late now, they've tasted you." He gestured to a candy rack. "Take something sweet, it slows the change." Lena didn't know what to do. She grabbed a peppermint, ate it. Nothing changed. But the old man smiled. "Buys you a day or two?" She didn't go back to her apartment. She drove until sunrise. The roads kept looping. The sky wouldn't brighten. And her hunger grew. The meat from the dinner haunted her. The taste, the texture. She craved it. Nothing else satisfied. Not candy, not bread, not water. Just meat. Raw. Red. The next night she returned to the house. Knocked once. The door opened. Jasper waited. "Thought you might." She stared at him. "I'm changing." "I know." "Fix it." "I can't." The table was set again. Same roast. Same candles. Same place, reserved for her. She sat. They smiled. And this time, she blinked less. "They say there's a house in the hills where the lights are always low and the air always smells like blood and butter. People go missing nearby. Campers, hikers, drivers. No one finds them. Only whispers. Only bones. They say you are what you eat. But what if the meal chooses you? So if you're ever invited to dinner by a family that doesn't blink, be polite, be kind. But whatever you do, don't clean your plate. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree? There are woods you don't map, paths you don't name, because if you name them, they remember you." Tonight's tale follows a curious girl and an old forest, where roots reach deeper than memory, and witches don't wear hats. They grow them. This is the story of the Root Witch of Osgood Hollow. Hazel Blackthorn wasn't scared of the woods. Not even Osgood Hollow. She grew up hearing stories, sure, about the witch who lived beneath the hill, who fed on secrets and carved her bones into charms. But those were just that, stories. Hazel was 16, rational, sharp. She brought a knife on hikes. She marked trees with chalk. She didn't believe in witches. The Hollow was a nature reserve on paper, 200 acres of old-growth forest in Vermont, closed to hikers since the 90s. But the fences were easy to slip through, and the air felt different inside, heavy, like wet leaves and breathing soil. Hazel loved it. She first found the hut in late October. Fog on the ground, branches bare, mushrooms blooming in clusters. She wasn't looking for it. One wrong turn, and there it was. A sagging dome made entirely of tangled roots and dirt, barely taller than a person. No door, no windows. It looked grown, not built. There was something hanging over the entrance, a braid of human hair and poppy stems. She laughed. Nice touch. Then went inside. It was warm, earthy, lit by phosphorescent moss. Shelves made of bone, bowls of teeth, dried flowers bundled like spells. In the center, a shallow pit filled with dark, pulsing roots. And resting above them, cradled like a cradle, was a tiny wooden box. She picked it up. It was warm. She opened it. Inside, a withered thumb wrapped in linen. She dropped it, heart hammering, suddenly dizzy. That's when the roots moved. She didn't remember leaving. One blink she was inside, the next, stumbling through fog, box still in her backpack. She didn't mean to steal it, but she didn't go back. That night her dreams were filled with thorns. She woke to soil under her fingernails. Over the next week, strange things happened. Vines grew under her bedroom window fast. Her hair began to knot with leaves she hadn't touched. A beetle emerged from her toothbrush. She buried the box in the woods behind her house. But the thumb returned, in her sock drawer, wrapped in fresh linen, still warm. Her mum started acting off, repeating herself, standing in doorways too long. Once, Hazel found her crouched in the garden, staring at a root with tears in her eyes. She didn't respond for a full minute, then whispered, "She's growing back." Hazel returned to the hollow. Daylight, no fog. This time she brought matches, but the hut wasn't there. Just trees. And in the dirt where it had been, a finger, newer, smoother, still twitching. She burned it anyway. The smoke smelled like rosemary and rot. That night her cat disappeared. In the morning she found paw prints in the ceiling plaster and a tiny jawbone in her pillowcase. Hazel stopped sleeping. Started sketching the hut, over and over. She couldn't help it. It kept changing. Each time more roots, more layers. Sometimes it had eyes, sometimes a mouth. Halloween came. The vines grew faster. Up her house, around her legs in the shower. One tendril pushed through her window screen and tapped her on the forehead at 3:17 a.m. She screamed. Her mum didn't wake. No one did. The neighborhood was silent. The trees at the edge of town leaned closer. She knew what to do. She packed a shovel, salt, and her grandfather's axe. She went back. Through the fence, down the trail, to the hollow. The hut had returned. Twice as big now, beating like a heart. A mouth had opened at its base, not carved, not built. Grown. And inside, a voice. "You wore me once, now wear me again." She raised the axe. Roots caught her arm, wrapped her ankle. She cut them, salted them. But more came. From the trees, from the ground, from inside her. The hut's mouth widened. A tongue of roots unrolled. On it a mask, twisted, bark and bone, lined with teeth. It smelled like her room, like her blood, like home. She turned to run, but the path was gone. Only woods, every direction. And the trees all leaned in. She never made it out. The search party found nothing. Just root patterns in the dirt that looked vaguely human. But the hut still stands. And sometimes hikers say they hear breathing underground. And if you look closely at the vines, you'll see hair woven in. And maybe, if you're quiet enough, she'll speak to you. Just don't answer. Don't follow. And don't take anything that grows warm in your hands. The Storyteller's outro, Lady Grim Murmurs. Witches don't always fly, dear. Sometimes they grow, slow, patient, rooted in stolen memories and tangled guilt. So if the woods whisper, don't answer, don't dig, and above all, don't steal what grows in the dark. Such a terrible thing to happen, don't you agree? There are many creatures that creep and crawl when the veil thins on Halloween night, but not all of them come from forests, graves, or dreams. Some rest right above us, waiting for someone to look up. Now let me tell you about the girl who dared to do just that. This is the tale of the rooftop dare, the shattered bell, and the creature carved from forgotten prayers. It's called Don't Feed the Gargoyle. The bell tower at St. Leontius had been padlocked for decades, ever since a fire blackened the choir loft below. But to the seniors at Kessler High, It was tradition. Climb the rotting stairs on Halloween night, reach the rooftop and snap a photo beside the infamous gargoyle. Only one rule: don't touch it, don't feed it. Nobody knew what feeding even meant. Some chalked it up to urban legend, others claimed a Latin inscription inside warned against it. But no one had ever really made it to the top. Until tonight. 4 of them crept through the side gate. Harper, who planned the whole thing. Gabe, who brought the bolt cutters. Tyrell, who brought the weed. And Lena, who was just trying to fit in. Lena wasn't from town. She'd transferred 3 months ago and had no childhood memories of St. Leontius's shadow creeping over the playgrounds. She didn't know that the gargoyle once wasn't there, not until the fire. The bolt cutters snapped the rusted chain clean. The door groaned open. Inside, the air was cool and wrong. Each footstep sent a cough of ash or dust floating into the beam of Tyrell's flashlight. "This place smells like burned books," Harper muttered, pulling her hoodie tighter. "Smells like memory." They climbed. The stairs narrowed as they rose, spiraling around the bell shaft. Stone angels lined the walls, weeping or praying. On one of the steps, Lena spotted something etched in flaking red paint. "Ne cibo gargoylum." Do not feed the gargoyle. "Guys, wait." Lena ran her fingers over the words. "It says not to—" Yeah, we know," Gabe called from above. "We're not here to feed it, just take a pic." Lena hesitated, then followed. The higher they went, the colder it became. She thought she saw frost feathering across the stone. The bell chamber yawned open, and there it was. The gargoyle, perched on the edge of the parapet, hunched over as if forever snarling at the city below. Its wings were folded like the sleeves of a monk's robe, its claws curled over the ledge, and its mouth, open in a gaping grin, held teeth. Real teeth, yellowed, some still blood-stained. Lena froze. "Why does it have teeth?" Gabe was already posing beside it, holding up his phone. "Because it's metal. Come on, you're up next." Harper stepped closer behind it. Tyrell handed her a half-eaten Snickers from his pocket as a joke. "Here you go, stone boy," Harper teased, pressing the candy into its cracked palm. "Bon appetit." Lena's stomach dropped. The inscription, the rule. "Wait, don't." The stone hand moved, just slightly, enough to curl shut around the chocolate. Everyone screamed. Tyrell dropped his flashlight. It clattered down the stairwell, taking the only real light with it. They scrambled back toward the stairs, but the bell rang. The great bronze bell that hadn't chimed since the fire rang out once. Then twice. Then again louder. 3 times. With each toll, the tower seemed to shrink. The shadows grew longer. The angel statues now wore different expressions, no longer weeping, but watching. "Run!" Harper shouted, shoving Gabe forward. But the stairs weren't the same. Instead of spiraling down, they now twisted inward, a tunnel of ribs and brick, leading deeper, into stone, into something that should not have fit inside a tower. Lena looked back. The gargoyle was gone. They weren't in the church anymore. The stone hall they ran through pulsed slightly. The walls breathed. Candles lined the edges, hundreds of them, flickering in rhythms too intentional to be wind. "Where the hell are we?" Tyrell gasped. Harper was crying now. "It fed. We broke the rule. It wasn't a joke." At the far end of the corridor was a door carved to resemble a mouth, with the knob in the place of a tongue. Lena stepped forward, something in her remembering what her grandmother once told her. Some things were built to guard, others were built to be fed. Know the difference, child. This thing, this gargoyle, wasn't just a statue. It was a hunger carved from stone, a shape given to an idea, and someone, after the fire, had invited it in. When they entered this mouth door, they were inside the belfry again, or something like it. The bell hung in the center, but it was twisted now, made of bone and teeth, and it dripped wax that hissed like breath. The gargoyle crouched behind it, bigger now, wetter, its stone no longer dry and cracked but slick, like it had only just been born. Tyrell backed away. "Nope, I'm done, I'm not—" It moved faster than anything that size should. With a single lunge, it drove its stone jaw into Tyrell's chest. The sound was wet. Tyrell didn't scream. He only gurgled as he was lifted off the ground and slowly petrified from the inside out, his skin going pale, then grey, then breaking into chunks of dusty rubble. Gabe screamed. Harper vomited. Lena stared. She noticed something then. The gargoyle was less cracked now, smoother, as though feeding didn't just keep it alive. It made it perfect. "We need to give it something else," Harper screamed. "Something to distract it." Gabe shoved her forward. "I'm not dying for this." The gargoyle watched him do it. And then it smiled, its face cracking into motion, its teeth now gleaming white. It didn't chase Harper, it chased Gabe. Lena ran. She didn't wait to see what happened to the others. She ran back the way they came, but the stairs no longer twisted. They rose now, steep and narrow, and at the top, a hatch. She pushed through and collapsed out onto the real rooftop. The cold night air hit her like a slap. When she turned, the gargoyle was perched on the ledge again. Still, unmoving. But it was different now. Harper's hoodie hung from its shoulders. Gabe's phone was lodged in its open mouth. And the Snickers bar, now mostly eaten, sat cradled in its hand. No one believed Lena's story. The police blamed the fire-damaged stairs for the disappearance of her friends. She transferred schools again. But every Halloween she dreams of the bell ringing 3 times. And sometimes she hears a chewing sound. They say gargoyles were meant to scare away evil. But what if, just once, evil wore the gargoyle's shape, to scare away the good? So next time you pass a cathedral and a stone beast grins down at you, don't wave, don't joke, and whatever you do, don't feed the gargoyle. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree?
Every Halloween has its games, costume contests, candy hunts, skeleton races, all harmless enough. But once upon a time, not so long ago, there was a different kind of game. One played with water, apples, and a wish. A game the devil himself once favoured. So come closer now, children of the harvest, and listen well to the tale of the devil's apple bobbing. It arrived overnight, like fog or regret. An empty gravel lot behind the old shopping centre, forgotten by zoning boards and teenagers alike, had suddenly bloomed into something crooked and wonderful. A banner flapped from rusted poles. Carnival de Hombre, one night only. No trucks, no lights, no generators humming. Just string lights that glowed amber without wires, and tents that smelled like cinnamon and scorched velvet. Zoe Brennan didn't mean to go. She was supposed to be babysitting her neighbour's twins, but the moment she heard the calliope music drifting across the cul-de-sac, something tugged at her spine. Not curiosity. Something older. Hunger. She told the twins to stay inside. She'd only be gone 15 minutes. The carnival was nearly empty. A few shadows drifted between tents. No one spoke. But at the centre, under the largest tent, stood a round wooden basin filled with black water. Floating in it were apples, dozens of them, red, green, gold, shiny, too shiny. A sign leaned nearby, hand-painted in curling red letters. "Bite the red one! Win a wish!" Zoe laughed nervously. "Old school," she whispered. "No way this is real." Behind her, someone chuckled. It was a boy, maybe 17, pale as a paper ghost with black eyes and a smile too wide for his face. "No one's brave enough anymore," he said. "They want candy, not consequences." Zoe raised an eyebrow. "You work here?" He didn't answer. Instead, he leaned over the basin, eyes locked to hers, and said, "Wishes always cost something. But the red apple only takes what you hide." Zoe hesitated. The apple she saw floating near the centre was the reddest thing she'd ever seen. Deeper than blood, shinier than lacquer. It spun slowly like it was aware of her gaze. She knelt, hair brushing the water. It smelled like cloves and salt. She lunged, mouth open. Chomp. Her teeth sank in, cold, crisp sweet, and then she felt the wish. Not made, not whispered, pulled from her. A flicker of her thoughts, her fears, and a burning need. "I wish they'd stop bullying me." She dropped the apple. It bobbed gently in the water, then sank like a stone. Behind her, the boy was gone. The tent was empty. The next morning, Zoe's phone blew up. Headlines, group chats, panic, a fire in the high school gym, a Halloween party gone wrong. 3 of the worst bullies, gone, burned. Nothing left but shoes. Zoe didn't go to school that day, or the next. Instead, she returned to the carnival. But it was still there. This time she wasn't alone. Kids from all over town had found it, as if it had called to them. Some dared each other to bob, some just watched. But every red apple that was bitten, someone vanished. Not always dead. Some just erased. From memory, from yearbooks, from photo albums, wishes came true. And something was taking the tab. Zoe tried to stop it. She yelled, pleaded. No one listened, until she saw her brother Toby in line. He didn't know what it was, just thought it was a game. "Don't do it," she begged. "It's not just a joke." "The apples, they bite back." He frowned. "You sound crazy." She knocked over the basin. The apples didn't spill. They floated in the air for a second, weightless, before dropping one by one back into the water. Behind her, the carnival boy appeared again. "Rules are rules," he said cheerfully. "You played. You won," Zoe's voice shook. "Who are you?" He smiled. His teeth were apple seeds. His breath smelled like rot. "Let's say, I'm the one who brings the harvest. Souls for cider, flesh for fortune." He held out a final apple, redder than any before. It pulsed faintly. "Bite this one, and undo it all." Zoe reached for it, then stopped. Behind her she heard Toby crying. He'd bitten a gold apple, not red. "I just wanted to wish you'd stop being sad." Zoe turned. The carnival boy looked amused. "How touching." She stared at the apple in her hand, then bit deep. The tent shook. The water boiled. Every wish screamed. Every sin roared. Every cost came due. Zoe woke on her front lawn. It was Halloween again. A year had passed. She remembered everything, but no one remembered her. The twins next door called her the old babysitter. Her parents never came home. She walked to the old lot. It was empty. But as she turned to leave, she saw a flicker of red, a single apple sitting in the grass. With a note. "One more bite?" You know the rules now, and so the basin waits. Somewhere out there behind some crumbling building, beneath some crooked tent, the devil's apples float still. Would you bite for a wish? Careful now, because every game has rules and every wish has a weight. Such a terrible thing to happen. Don't you agree?